you can unmute.
All right, and I do believe we are back, chats. As I said, it'll just be a quick swap. Nothing too major. As you see, we already have the core shards of the gambles going on in. Airy with nothing to gamble. Dingy getting doubled. Neo getting doubles. Last night before I headed out, I did a quick gamble all, and I doubled mine. So I believe I'm somewhere at like 300 points. Which or 420. Hey! Except that means 420, that means I'm rooting for Puff Puff Pass, chats. That's all it means. It's premonition, foreshadowing Puff Puff Pass with Scourge, this dynamite bitch you want to get all. 420 shards in this gambling economy is a lot of points, by the way. I see a lot of y'all are trying your best there. Absolutely, absolutely. Puff Puff Pass supremacy, exactly. The bias casting is back. I don't speak this language that some of the others are putting in there. No one knows what it means. Well, as we warm up today, as the teams are warming up and we get ready, as I said, this will be a chaser 3v3 v keeper, so 4v4 all the time. This is definitely the type of chaser game that I know many of us would love to actually be playing in real games. So I do believe that takes out all the hero farming meta, the lack of defenses for keepers in certain scenarios, as we don't have to go chasing the seekers, no beaters to take us out of the game. This will be a lot of just straight up chaser action, a lot of chess, if you will, between the chasers. That has always been my favorite with it, when really the positioning and just that raw back and forth of the quaffle, maybe very little shots are taken overall in a match. That is going to be the real fun to see how they are continuing their back and forth. Right now, like as I said, we have plenty of good teams, plenty of good rosters to take note of. And really, I'll be able to deep dive into them as we get to them. Plenty of impressive rosters, though, I will say. It'll be very tough to kind of tell who up front. Some of the go-to keepers in the game: Lena, Count Tails, Dak Daniels, Skipper, Dingy, Scourge, and Shade. All of them have just such a good track record. Shade winning some House Cups on his name. Count Tails, obviously, with Crazy Comms. Lena being a huge reason that the last season Squires and this season Rim Reapers have taken charge and gone the distance that they have. Dak Daniels there with the Nimbus and Nighthawks this season. Skipper 1-3, obviously very beloved here in L7, while that Skipper has done for L7. And he's just generally one of the nice people, but a very kick-heavy keeper. As nice as he can be in as a person, I'll tell you what, he can make me angry as a keeper. Dingy, who don't sleep on. I know most see him as a Seeker main, but I tell you what, Dingy on keeper is dangerous, chats. Scourge on both Team Air teams. I mean, Scourge, obviously, I may be a little biased. That's my boy. He's a monster on the courts.
Oh.
As we see here, still looks like we have some warm-up games going on in the backgrounds. We do have a sub in for one of the rosters that we have talked about for the Airheads. Frank will be subbing in for Shoni. Shoni, a very dynamic chaser. So that'll be tough to see go. But Frank has obviously played this game long enough. Brings some very good qualities. Let's see. I'll go ahead and ask my producer team here in the background if they know which rosters will be going up against each other first.
Yes, absolutely. So first up, we have the Airheads versus the Gaslighters. We did have one more last minute roster change, and Skipper will not be in. Denji will be subbing in on Skipper's behalf. Um, but the first up is the Airheads and Gaslighters.
Airheads and Gaslighters. All right, you heard it here first. Dingy will be subbing in for Skipper for the Aquaholics. Again, tough to see Skipper go. Skipper's one of the goats of this game. Uh, Personally, one of my favorites to go against. However, it still remains that Dingy is a very, very capable keeper. But for the Aquaholics, or sorry, for the Gaslighters, that will be going up first, and the Airhead. So Gaslighters is consistent of Shade on keeper, Groovy Games, It's Harry, and Cheese and Queso. Groovy Games and It's Harry's are teammates on the Rim Reapers. They have a lot of rapport with each other. And Cheese and Queso with the Nimbus Nighthawks joining in on them. Shade having success on multiple roles within the House Cups. We've seen him on Seeker. We have seen him on Keeper. Very, very tough to deal with Keeper. He has a good bit of push outs to him, making those chasers uncomfortable as they go in. Groovy Games and It's Harry are definitely more on the defensive side of chasers. Although, don't be mistaken, Groovy has shown plenty of offense, and Cheese and Queso showing plenty of offense throughout his season with the Nimbus Nighthawks, probably the highest scoring chaser on their roster. So definitely a good balance here that we could possibly see from the Gaslighters. And then with the Airhead, Scourge on keeper, just a dog on it. One of the lowest scored on keepers within the L7 seasons. We'll also have Frank on chaser, Dynamite and Gloss. And this may be the official match going on currently right now, showing that it's at 30-20. Gloss taking the ball upfields.
Yes, this is the
Gloss sticks on
official
Shay.
game.
Okay. Shay kicks it on out. Gloss with a good attempt will be picked up by seemingly Groovy Games. Frog takes a swing at the grab, does not quite get it. Ruby has options on her right for It's Harry. She sends it to the right, but Scourge able to kick it on out. Picked up by Cheese and Queso. He takes it on downfield, passes it on off. Scourge able to get the kick real quick, goes directly out to Gloss. Gloss has most of the full field in front of him. One chaser to beat. He notices. He ducks, dodges, weasels around them. He faces Shade. He dodged upwards, sent it to the bottom right left hoop, but it bounced out. Shade able to kick it on out. It's Harry takes the ball, travels it on downfield. Dynamite takes a swing at it, does not get it. Now into the face of Scourge. They try to attempt to pass, and it just goes out. Scourge with the pickup. Airheads currently leading 30-20. Gloss has the ball in his hands. Gloss, such a dangerous chaser on the offense. Unfortunately, gets picked up by one of the Gaslighters chasers. Kicked out. Ruby Games, such maneuverability. She takes it on down, dodges, looks for the pass out, doesn't quite get it. Gloss was there. Looks like he got the punch to deny the pass. Sigma Frank able to pick up the ball. As he takes it on downfield, he looks at Shade. He does a little bit of what seemingly trickery, throws it to the top hoop. Shade already there for the grab. Groovy picks it up, passes up to It's Harry with a 1v1 on Scourge. Or sorry, Cheese and Queso had the ball, and he puts it in on the far right hoop. That now makes it a 30-30 game. Airheads and Gaslighter is going for a tough one. Gloss somehow losing half his HP. I don't know if he had a rogue bludger. Scourge is down at the current moment. The ball gets passed to Franck. He takes a dodge. Goes in and out of the hoop. Already in the hands of Groovy Games. They have Dynamite to beat downfield. Look for them. Gloss as well positioning. They're looking at Cheese and Queso as the offensive, or sorry, it's Harry as the offensive option. Gloss able to get that steal from it. All the back and forth that we can get. Gloss dodges upwards, throws it down for the bottom right hoop, just misses. Gloss, I mean, have multiple open attempts, just little bit off target. We'll see if that comes back to bite, but still defensively, Gloss putting in quite a show. Passes on up to Dynamite. Franck ahead. Shade dipping a little low. They go for the one-timer play, but the chasers of Gaslighters were ready for it and had already punched him to deny it. Groovy with the ball. She passes it on up. Cheese and Queso holding the quaffle. He looks for his option of it's Harry, but stolen out of the hands and already kicked back out. But the kick out went wrong, picked up by Cheese and Queso. He looks at his options. They went for a one-timer play, a distance one. Scourge able to snuff it out. Ball in the hands of Dynamite right now. Mini chasers in between. He still gets it to Gloss. Gloss sends it to the right hoop. Rims out. Gloss with a one-timer stop, though, on Shade. Shade taking advantage of that by hero kicking it. Cheese and Queso with the quaffle upfield. Looks like he's going to have a 1v1 on Scourge. Dodges for it. Scourge with the big stop. And kicks it on out to Gloss, who seemingly has all field. He has had a few shots bounce out. Will he find it here? And he does. Gloss on the OT gets that score 40-30 for the Airheads. And Air Nation will get a big win off of that. Now, remember, the points are a little different in this situation, chat. The points are much more. For match wins, each player gets each of the players will be getting 150 points each, and the participation of 300 points for all the players in. So that is where we have seen an uptick in a lot of these scores. They can get up to 750 points max per these events, with the grand finals holding a 225-point bonus. That'll be a good number of points headed over for Team Airheads and the Air Nation. Boo, says some of the chat. The Fire Nation here in the Fire Nation in here showing their love. We also see some of the Air Nation in here showing their love. Mitchie goes with the gamble. 150 core shards. Now they're very rich in the core shards at 570. The Gaslighters did exactly what their name was. They made it look close. They made you believe that they had a chance. They gaslit you all into that belief. Unfortunately, the air blew them out. Time Twister says, I have no clue who or where I am. I feel that, Time Twister. I understand. I vibe with you on that. That is the way of twisting time, I would suppose. But yeah, what a good game. We saw Gloss, have plenty of opportunities with a lot of shots that bounced out. I would have to say, don't expect that going into most of the Airheads won 40-30. don't expect Gloss to have that many misses in a normal game. Definitely some rebounds. Probably that first game odded a little bit. Franck had quite a few attempts there. There was a lot of offensive takes there for the Airheads, whereas on the side of the Gaslighters, we saw a lot of one-timer options. Some of them from a distance, mostly going to It's Harry for the one-timer option. Airheads were all over it though. I think all the one-timer options were pretty well covered, but the Gaslighters did get some in for some of the scores as we get ready for our next battle, which will be a Team Earth versus Team Water landslide versus the Aquaholics. Landslide will be showcasing the roster of Lena RKH on Keeper, Otarina 26, Cardi, and Singularity on Chasers, where the Aquaholics will be having Dingy on Keeper with Chintasu, Krishi, and I believe they'll have to have a sub there, as Dingy won't be the chaser for that roster. We'll have to see who they. I believe it'll be Dark Shadow Fox filling in for them to round out that roster for the Aquaholics. Looking at Landslide, Lena RKH is just one of the best keepers in the game. She has always just been extremely dominant, someone that just knows how to make chasers feel very uncomfortable. She will get in your face, she will force you to change directions, she will force you to, you know, have to beat her realistically, and not just by angle. Just you will have to find where that slight area that you can get around to get through, and it is very tough. She is very good at reading that chaser movement. And then you look at the rest of that roster. Otarina, one of the most dynamic chasers in the game, both offensively and defensively. She always showcases great positioning on the field, so we can't wait to see how that works out. Cardi, just an offensive monster of this game. Cardi is one of my favorite players to watch. Any type of shot you can name, Cardi can make it. And then Singularity to round it on out with these two incredible chasers. Definitely will be awesome to see how they work in within Otarina and Cardi, knowing that Otarina will have a lot of that defense down. Cardi will have some of that offense down, probably push it on up. So Singularity we'll probably see there working a lot back there with Lena. And then here with the Aquaholics with Dingy on keeper again, he has been working so hard on his keeper positioning, and I've even worked with Dingy very recently actually, and let me tell you, it is scary. And I've seen Dingy in games take on some of the best chasers, keeping chasers like Key and Shoni scoreless at times that I've seen. And when you accompany it with the defensive presence of Chintasu, it's just going to be extremely difficult to get over to Dingy's goals. Also being joined by Krishi and Dark Shadow Fox, rounding out a smash mouth, probably aggressive chaser core defensively to go against it. It'll be interesting to see how they get around to how the core of Landslide will get around to get scores on Lena, or excuse me, on Dingy, getting through such a tough core. And also Chintasu boasts quite an offensive presence as well. So expect to see her and Lena have quite a few battles. So what do we think in chat? Landslide or the Aquaholics? Team Earth versus Team Water. How are we looking here? Goat Larity, says Livy Grace. You could also say Goal Larity. They make a goal. We could say Goal Larity, Livy. Hold on. Why we still have a prediction from yesterday? Because we're still trying to figure it out, Gloss. We're still waking up. We're still getting acclimated to the day. Viva Air, guide the quaffle in with air. That's all Air Nation got? Nah. We're just not like Fire Nation where we have to look so aggressive up front and throw out all the stops that we have. We're running the marathon here. If it feels a little turbulent, that'll be why. Golarity kind of cooks. It kind of does. I mean, I wouldn't have thought of that without Livy's comment, but Golarity does kind of cooks. You'll be fine. Golarity is good. Period fly. Yes, ma'am, Mitchie. Are we talking about polarity? We're talking about singularity. Bias casting 1000. I'm going to have Air Nation the negatives with this bias. 1,200 points for the solo casting. You know what? I agree. Not biased at all. JK. Go
Oh, in that
Larity says
case,
crafty cat.
rewarding points for that. Maybe I should hop in.
I'm kidding. Polarity is by GOAT. Water for the win. I gotta tell you, I have not seen Polarity around since the return of some other players. Very interesting, I must say. Water for the win. Yes, water back currently at the least amount of shards, but they showcased a lot of toughness yesterday. They started out at the bottom and they did find their way to sneak into that third spot. They possibly can again going into this. The updated score is Fire Nation leading all at 10,525, Air Nation at 9,375, Earth Nation at 6,775, and the Water Nation at 6,375. The scoreboard again will constantly like to tease us with different numbers. We will rise from the ashes of defeat to burn our opponents to dust. If I'll feel better, I'll join up. Woke up under the weather, no casting voice at the moment. No worries, Dio. I see you're in reserve as well for the Fire Nation on Chasers. So, you know, you got this, I believe. All the worries, Neo, all the worries. All the worries going into it. I gotta tell you though, I'm really excited for this next match. I mean, especially though, and Lena on the field, just dominant keeper, Odorita, and the combination of Cardi. I gotta tell you, Aquaholics are going to have a lot on their plate. I do believe in the Aquaholics, but I gotta tell you this: the dynamics here for Team Landslide look extremely strong. I think they'll be making a huge run into this whole thing as I look amongst the rosters and just personal experience from my interactions with some of these chasers and keepers. It's just going to be a tough one for anyone. As they start setting on up, we see them in the lobbies getting their players together. We have Groupie in 3-0. Neo group. Are we combining names now? That Air Nation weather hitting a bit too hard. Listen, we Air Nation weather. Air Nation can bring a whole lot of different types of weather: hurricanes, tornadoes, turbulence, shears, wind shears, you name it. The list. Listen, air is one of the most dangerous. As a pilot, I can tell you, air is a very dangerous element to go with. It is the only element you truly can't control. You can't bend it, you can't form it, you can't do anything with it. It will do what it wants to do. Closing your windows hard counters Air Nation. Not if the air gets tough enough, I must say. But closing windows wouldn't necessarily stop a fire either, so we're both here. If I win more on Chaser than Seeker, I might need to make a switch. Do it before Newts. Yeah, force someone else on Crazy Comms to seek. You know what? I think that's a great idea, Rishi. As we go ahead on into Weasley Burrows Snow landslide versus the Aquaholics. This will be a fun one. Super excited. Weasley Burrows Snow mentioned it to be a lot of players' favorite choice We get ready here for the kickoffs. And we are off. We have the viewpoint of Dark Shadow Fox and Dingy so far. Cardi holds the ball, taking it on downfield for Dingy. Looking at his options, he takes a dodge. Dingy goes a little bit behind the hoops. Cardi getting that early score for Team Landslide, 10-0 with 6 minutes 40 remains. Early start for Landslide. As I said, Cardi, just one of the most dynamic offensive players in this game. Dingy's going to have a lot to handle with that. Ball gets kicked out. Did not quite get picked up by anyone. Cardi with the quaffle once again. He's circling around. He's got two Aquaholics looking for him. He passes it on off for a far one-timer by Golarity. We'll have to say, as they put it on him behind Dingy, 20-0 for Team Landslide. 6 minutes remaining. Not even the first minute already taken up. Ball gets kicked out successfully into the hands of the Aquaholics. Chintasu carries the quaffle. Dark Shadow Fox moving upfield to try to find some options. And Chintasu puts it behind Lena Arcage, saying, no, we're not out of this just yet. It's our turn. We're going to try to even this up a little bit. Lena passes out to Cardi. Passes it on up further. We did seemingly lose a player in Krishi, though. Chintasu already with the quaffle and puts it back in after two quick scores by Landslide. Aquaholics behind Chintasu has already evened it on up. We're not even 2 minutes in, chat. 40 points in these games. 5 minutes, 15 seconds remain. Singularity carries the quaffle up. Looks at Dingy, finds a way around them, puts it into the bottom right hoop. It is now 30-20 for Landslide. 50 points overall in this game in the first 2 minutes. That is insane. Dark Shadow Fox dodging his way up, passes up to Chintasu. Right now, Chintasu is 2 for 2. And she makes it 3 for 3. 30-30. Even without Krishi in the field of battle with them, Chintasu is just finding a way, especially against how tough Lila can be to go across. Such an impressive performance. Singularity takes the ball up. He takes it just all the way. Did not look at his pass options. 40-30, get to pass Dingy. 4 minutes, 15 seconds remain. Dingy looking for his options to pass on out. He gets a good kick out. He's looking for Chin far downfield. He gets her. She ducks, dodging, weaves around. Dark Shadow Fox looking to be a possible pass option. She puts it on in. 4 for 4 by Chintasu. What an incredible performance by her. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remain at a tie game of 40-40. Cardi with a quaffle now. Passes on up to Singularity. He looks at his options again, and Golarity puts it in. I believe for his third, maybe his fourth. It's 50-40. This is just quite a back and forth here. Dark Shadow Fox carries the quaffle. He's looking for his options. Shintasu's up there. He sees everyone around. He tries to get off, but Cardi able to push it out. Singularity picks up the quaffle. Takes on the 1v1 with Dingy. Dingy able to get the stop, though. Stops the bleeding there quite a little bit. Passes out to Dark Shadow Fox, who finds Chintasu. Odarina on a hot pursuit of Chintasu. Chintasu gets stopped by Lena. The keepers are starting to settle in here a little bit. Singularity with the quaffle once again. The keepers have found out in this matchup, just pass the ball as far downfield. They are allowing some breakaways, but unfortunately, if you are on the side of the Aquaholics, you are missing that one chaser, giving that open space there for Lena to get it off. So there's now 60-40 in the favor of Landslide. Cardi able to stop the pass. He takes it far above Dingy. But Dingy able to get the big stop. Passes on out to Chintasu. She gets past Singularity, it looks like. She takes it on upfields. Cardi's just able to get that steal on the far back, passes up to Odarina, passes it back to Cardi. He passes it over to Singularity. The passes are all over, but Dark Shadow able to find the angle to steal it. They have a minute and 30 remaining, possibly put two in. He passes it off to Shintasu. That's been pretty much the right answer so far. But Cardi able to find the steal. Dark Shadow hot pursuit. Cardi holds the quaffle. He starts approaching on to Denji. He goes for a top bounce shot, it looks like. Able to be picked up by Dark Shadow. Passes up to Chin. Chin passes her way through first chaser. Has Oda to get through. Oda finds the steal. Oda passes it up to Cardi, who passes it up to Singularity. Denji pushes forward. Shin with the big steal. We went from all the scores to now it is just at a lock. These chasers are just trading the steals. Chin finding a way past Lena. It's 60-50 with 40 seconds remaining. Shin Tasu just having the game of a lifetime here. But will it be enough? 30 seconds remains. The quaffle found its way onto the floor. Shin picks it back up. 20 seconds remains as she dodges, weaves her way to Lena, puts it in. Oh my God, she put it in. And we had the 41 right there before the end. We saw the goal explosion. She had carried her way 60-60. Oh my God, 41. Devs, please patch it, fix it, something. Oh my gosh, sudden death. I don't know, Teddy. It was the time was not over when she put it in, although there were about 15 seconds remaining. I guess it'll be up to them how they decide to handle it. But my lord, what a performance by Chin Tasso. I mean, what a great performance by all of them involved. Dark Shadow Fox getting some big steals there towards the end. But I mean, scoring six on Lena, even in a 1v1s, is extremely difficult to do. So now you just look at Chin, who just scored six. Insane performance. So I don't know how we handle this situation. I guess we'll be informed here shortly. Cardi, though, putting in some good scores. Golarity, as we like to say, but aka Singularity, he's had some good success against Digi, getting around him for some shots. Back and forth. And then hopefully here for Team Aquaholics, they'll be able to get Krishy back in. Mind you, chat, they did this all without Krishy getting in. Now, I know I'm biased towards Air Nation, if I was to say, just some impressive points, I'd say maybe, some 50 or 50 or 75 points thrown in the water. If it was me, I'd throw 50 or 75 points to Water Nation for that performance. Down one chaser. Shintasu going crazy. Quidditch shootout. That was a shootout. We had 50 points between the two teams in the first 2 minutes. Then it slowed down a little bit, but still able to put some in. There's no 41s in Bossing Say. That's a good reference. I like that one. Julie, girl, what are we doing here? What a close match. Good job, Water. They were definitely putting up a huge fight. I vote we settle it with a best of 3 penalty kicks. Penalty kicks. We're hoping for no hero farming here, Doc Daniels. We don't want the kicks. But I know what you're saying. You're talking for the shots. Yeah, that would be an interesting way, giving each chaser on each team a 1v1 against the keeper, I suppose would be an interesting dynamic.
So,
Okay.
results are in. It was a 60-60 confirmed, so they're going to go in. First team to score wins.
This is going to be a sudden death, chat. First team to put it on in will take the victory for their nation. This is hard to tell what can happen. I tell you what, it is very scary if it gets into the hands of Cardi or Chintasu early. We did see towards the end there a little bit more defensive play. They were able to start slowing that scoring down. There was the Wild West shootout up front. I assume we'll see quite a lot of defensive play here, knowing that one goal will call it all off. Now, one important aspect to see here is the kickoff. And how much are these two teams going to be aggressive during the kickoff? Will one prefer to play more defensively during the kickoff, or will they both be going for it? Will be an interesting way to see. It's just one of those situations where chat we could be here for 15 seconds or we could be here for minutes with these two rosters that we see going at it here. But considering how wild west of a shootout this was, I do assume this will be aggressive, and they will be looking to close it out here as quick as possible. I gotta tell you, wow, just what a fight between those two. Very exciting so far here in the Trial of Earth. Again, chat, if you would like to earn some points for your nation, the Trial of Water is active until the event is over. That is just by posting your favorite clips, either of yourself, of your friend, or of this event within the QC Discords, Twitter, or Reddit's r/Quidditch Champions Pros, tagging L7, WB Games, and all the above in it, and letting us know which nation you are representing. Gloss with a gamble, getting some shards. All right, we are in. The warm-ups are ending. Here at World Cup, 10 points to close it all out for Landslide or Aquaholics, tied at 60-60. Who's going to do it? And it looks like they would not be getting Krishy back in for Aquaholics. Interesting dynamic here. Dark Shadow sends it on out to Dingy. He's looking for Chin downfield. Chin with the quaffle. All three chases to beat, all huddling her into the corner. She goes low, and she puts it in. Chin Tasu, 70 points. Put it on her back. She said she will take it all the way. Oh my God, chat. We need to see some W chins in the chat. Holy. What a game of a lifetime for a chaser. That is the game that all chasers dream of having. She had it. Even with the disadvantage in the face of Lena. Just insane performance there. Obviously, we don't want to discredit Dingy or Dark Shadow. They obviously put up a huge fight and were part of it. They did all the necessary movements they had to do to get the ball in the hands of Chintasu, but when it got in her hands, it was over. Aquaholics earning some well-earned points or core shards for their nation to help even it out, catch up to the Earth Nation there. Big battle, chat. Oh my God. That was so fun to watch. As everyone gets their downtime in with the gambles. Time Twister losing all their core shards. Crafty Cat doing a small gamble, getting an extra 30. Life size gambling it all with 670 core shards. Losing it all. Unfortunate, really. Wow. What a match. Congratulations to the Aquaholics. As we get ready for our next match, though, it will be Puff Puff Pass for the Air Nation against Incendio. Puff Puff Pass will be Scourge on keeper with the accompanying chasers of Disc Jockey, Dynamite Cope, and Mitchy Mo. Incendio will be the keeper of Count Tails, accompanied by the chasers of Saffron J, Teddy Reddy, and Lyseer, aka Rishi. This is going to be a real good matchup. Count Tails and Scourge, two of the most dynamic keepers in the game. So you can expect it to be low scoring. Now, looking at the side of Incendio for Team Fire, they have quite a chaser roster, I must say. Saffron J, obviously one of the better known defensive chasers in the game. He usually kind of stays back, has that utility about him. Now he has no secrets to worry about, no beaters to go beat up. He will be back there looking to steal that quaffle and helping out his team on offense in any way. Teddy Reddy has been a big glow up, obviously having a lot of opportunities with Phoenix that we saw, having a great season with Phoenix, but with the Revenants Quidditch Club, really been able to outshine as a chaser, having to kind of take a big step up in that offense has been showing. And he'll have a good chance here today to showcase it against Scourge. Rishi, obviously, we know what his capabilities are. Used to be a keeper main before switching over to the seeker. So he understands, what the keeper capabilities are. We'll see if he can't take advantage of that here on Chaser with his buddy Count Tails here on both on Crazy Comms. Puff Puff Pass, Disc Jockey, and Dynamite Cope have been this jockey we've seen kind of between that chaser and seeker role. I'd say he's a bit of a flex between those two. Dynamite Cope, a main chaser in the Dumbledore's army lineup, and Michimo, who we normally see on Seeker, had against Wingardians played Chaser. I would happen to know a little bit of what to expect as I played Keeper in game one of Wingardians and Nibus Nighthawks, and Mitchie got past me. I gotta admit, she beat me. She made me look bad. So definitely here we'll see that experience carry on over. See what she could do against the likes of Count Tails. This will be interesting. I do believe offensively, Incendio has a bit of advantage here, but defensively, Puff Puff Pass, Scourge in the backfield with Disc and Dynamite. Dynamite we saw running a very good run in the Trial of Fire, and we know he is one of the more aggressive punching chasers that this game has to offer. So I believe on the side of Puff Puff Pass, we will see some defense here. But if Aquaholic show us anything, just the right setup, and you can go win it all. We see that they are starting to set up that custom match here. The Fire Nation in full force in the chats. They have definitely been showcasing their support throughout these last 2 days. Air Nation and Fire Nation have had no shortage of back and forths. And so this will be another good one for them. Air Nation winning the first head to head, which was the Airheads versus Gaslighters. Very close matchup. Gloss closed it out in OT. We'll see if Incendio here can respond. Incendio being Mitchie's recommendation for the spell that would represent Fire Nation the most. So good to see them here representing that name in full force. As the warm-ups in and we go into the match here at Weasley's Burrow. We'll be excited to see how we start off. The kickoff is up, and Rishi getting the kickoff, even tanking the punch to hold on to the quaffle, now goes into the face of Scourge. Tries to pass it off. Looks like Scourge was able to intercept that. Scourge looking for his options. He passes it on out into the hands. Oh, it did go into the hands of one of the airheads, but immediately stolen by Teddy Ready. Look, Scourge on. The Scourge able to get the stop after the dodge. He looks for his awesome disc jockey with the quaffle. He's got some options in front of him. Mitchie creeping up to the left. They pass it on out. Count Tails able to get a big stop. Passes it off to Teddy Ready. But Dynamite Cope with the steal. The interception. Now he goes on up back against Count Tails. Count Tails, though, getting the big save. As I said, I think we're going to see a bit of a low scoring matchup with these two keepers in the game. Teddy Ready takes it on downfield. Few chasers to beat. He backs up, try to regain some of that stamina. Pass it on out, but that chaser was punched. Now back into the hands of Puff Puff Pass. Michimo with the quaffle had it punched out. She's able to pick it on right back up. Looks for her passing options. She's got two in front of her. She passed it on up to Dynamite. Kind of missed it. Looks like Count Tails able to get it pushed out into the hands of Rishi. He's going to have this 1v1 with Scourge. I lied. You guys stolen by Dynamite Cope, who's able to find his way to swipe in there. Now back in the hands of Michimo. She passes on up, but it got stuck on the ceiling. Rishi passed it back to Count Tails. Count Tails passes it on up. Disc Jockey able to get the grab, though. They take it on into the face of Count Tails. Stolen by Rishi. This is a 0-0 match with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remains. Teddy Ready carries the quaffle now. He's going to have his shot against Scourge. He goes up high. He dodges low. Scourge with the stop. What a back and forth. Plenty of steals, plenty of chasers that are able to maneuver their way to the keepers throughout the whole field. Right now, Disc Jockey holds the quaffle. Stolen away by Saffron. He starts to take it on downfields. He'll get his chance against Scourge. Scourge with a stop. Those are going to be terms you hear me say a lot. Count Tails and Scourge with the stop. 0-0 as we enter into the 3-minute ranges. Dynamite Cope with quite the angle, able to put it in. The first points of the match coming at 3 minutes 45. Puff Puff Pass up by 10. We pass it on out to Rishi. Let's see if Incendio can respond. He takes it downfield. He's got rings. He's got a pass option. He went for the top hoop. Scourge holds it, possibly trying to milk some of that time. Understands that this will probably be a low scoring game, so the more time he can hold off on, the better. Michimo with the pickup. Rishi takes a swipe, does not get it. Disc Jockey holds the quaffle and puts it on in for Puff Puff Pass. 20-0 with 3 minutes remains. Puff Puff Pass getting a little bit of a rhythm here. Finding those angles that are working on Count Tails, finding their way down the field with it. Incendio needs to respond. Teddy Ready with the quaffle. Dodges to the right hoop. Scourge denying another one. But Saffron Jolly says, we're going to take another stab at this. He gets a big steal. He passes it on up. Scourge is going to have 2 one-timer options to worry about. Saffron chooses neither of them. Dodges for the right hoops instead. Scourge able to just continually deny. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remain. That quaffle in the air. Incendio getting extremely aggressive on defense, just not even allowing Puff Puff Pass to get the quaffle back in their hands. Rishi holding a far one-timer. Scourge with another denial on Teddy Ready. Michimo holds the quaffle now. She's looking for her options. Lots of Incendio chasers in her way. Dynamite Cope with the quaffle. Count Tails with the denial. He stops the bleeding. Teddy Ready holds the quaffle as he takes it on back. Mitchie with the swipe, doesn't quite get it, passes on up to Rishi. Rishi's gonna look for what he can do. Past it, Teddy Ready gets it. Oh no, it looked like he did get past Scourge, but just hit the bottom of the rim and it bounced out. Much needed points for Team Incendio, not quite getting it. Rishi at half health. Dodging his way, passes it up to Teddy Ready. Teddy kind of stuck in that corner. Rishi, though, able to get the pass. He puts it on, and it is now 20-10. Incendio, they have a little bit of time remaining. Let's see if they can't find a way to get that extra 10 in. Dynamite Cope with the quaffle. He takes it on Rishi on hot pursuits. Dynamite able to stop to get around those dodges. He passes it on far backwards into the hands of Disc. Sends it to Mitchie for a one-timer. Count Tails with a huge stop. All three chasers on the end, the puff pass seemed like they were pushed up. That's going to make defense a little tough there. They've now repositioning. Teddy holds the quaffle. Ooh, Rishi had a one-timer. Looks like he was trying to get it back. Scourge committed for this. Rishi unable to take advantage with 10 seconds remaining. He had the open hoop for the top. Dynamite grabs it. 3 seconds remain. Oh no. Oh no. Teddy and Rishi both with opportunities on open hoops. Both go for the top hoop. Both just tap it at the bottom of it. And unfortunately, that's going to do it for the Air Nation to just breeze by with their victory. A little bit of the flame has been calmed down a little bit on the side of the Fire Nation. Don't worry though, that's a tough roster. They're gonna have plenty of opportunities, Fire Nation. Keep your hearts ablaze, Fire Nation. You have two very good rosters still and plenty of games left. That being the end of the first round of round robins. Air Nation getting there too. Excuse me, sorry. We have one more though. Air Nation before the first round of round robins is over. Air Nation getting there both on Fire Nation. I know that's a huge blow, unfortunately. We will rise from the ashes of defeat, says Angel. She's keeping the hope up. Fire Nation have plenty of wiggle room. What a match. Low scoring as we kind of figured it would be. Air bending the quaffle the hit. Air sides. Rims. CT Locket, my goat. Yes. Well, Rishi did say if he did well, he was going to switch over from Seeker to Chaser. Maybe after that score, he may stick to the side of Seeker. I'm just messing with him. We know Rishi is a dominant player. He'll have more chances to showcase himself. The only goats, I agree. Scourge putting in work. Scourge putting in work. Two really good back-to-back games there, chat. Holy. But as we move on, we're getting ready for Team Thirst Traps versus Team Earthquake. Team Thirst Traps for the Water Nation. Dingy on Keeper, Chin Tasu on Chaser, Malakosis on Chaser, and Dark Shadow Fox on Chaser. As they'll be going up against Earthquake, showcasing Dak Daniels of the Nimbus Nighthawks on Keeper, Otterina 26 coming back on in, Zayuni on Chaser, and Singularity, aka Goatlarity, aka Goalarity on the Chaser squad. We saw Singularity have quite good success in his first showcase earlier. But again, against Chintasu, we'll see if she stays on, with the flow of water, if you will. She is definitely in flow with water right now. The Fire Nation still putting in their big support in the chat. We have seen some of the Air Nation come through. Where's it at for our Water Nation and Earth Nation though? Let me see some Earth and Water Nations in the chats. Gotta represent all our beloved nations here. Time Twister here for the Earth Nation. Can we get some W Time Twisters in chat? Time Twister is the one that is working this broadcast in the background. I'm just the voice yelling in the microphone, but all the hard work is being done by Time Twister. So can we get some common Time Twister W? What a highlighted message. Also, some W Riley's in the chat. Riley has been doing a lot of the background work as well, staying very busy. Common Riley W, indeed. We have our predictions, seeming like a lot of people voting for Team Thirst Traps. 1,000 points on Team Thirst Traps to 50 points on Team Earthquake for match 4 of round 1. Everyone saw the dominant performance by Shintasu last time. It's they're putting their points on Shin. Time Twister Riley and Fly W. I'm just here yelling at a mic. I'm just here yelling in a mic. I did none of the hard work. I'm able to yell in a mic because of the hard work that they put together. So I am not amongst that list of people. Flyers just trapped here. I have been detrapped. Don't? Nah, chill. Ready to see another performance of all time. What Shin is capable of without worrying about Seekers or Bludgers, chat. We're seeing it here first. Goat Tasu, indeed. Goat Tasu versus Goat Larity. As we get ready for these two teams to settle up. They have selected. They will be finding server here shortly. As we go in to our matchup, Team Thirst Traps versus Team Earthquakes in Hogwarts Legacy. What's going on? I don't quite know who will come out on top.
This is Lee Jordan, your favorite Quidditch commentator. Greetings from Hogwarts.
The Thirst Traps definitely on fire, showcasing some of the same roster as their Aquaholics counterparts. And we are off of the kickoff. Malacosis kicks it back to Dark Shadow, who sends it right on back up to Malacosis. Malacosis dodges, takes the shots, stopped by the side of Earthquakes. As they kick it on out. Singularity with the quaffle. They go up with it, takes a shot, doesn't quite get it. Stopped by the side of Dak Daniels. Singularity with the steal, though. Now Chintasu with the steal. Zayuni with the steal. They're trading steals back and forth right now. Zayuni passed it out, hopefully looking for an option. Didn't quite find one. Dingy holds the quaffle now. looking to kick it on out. And he does. Passes out to Dark Shadow. Stolen, though, into the hands of Votorina. Denji with another stop. Shintasu carries the quaffle. Sends it on up to Malakosis. He dodges to the right. Dak Daniels with a big stop, though. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remain. No score quite yet on the board. Singularity's holding the quaffle. Looking for his opportunities against Denji. And he finds it into the right hoop. Singularity for the first 10 points. 5 minutes, 25 remain. Earthquakes are up here for the the Earth Nation. Shintasu with the dodge. She'll be looking to respond. Dark Shadow held the one-timer. Shintasu found a way to drift it on into the far left hoop. 10-10, Team Thirst Traps versus Earthquakes. 5 minutes remains. Ooh, and Odorina there. She was able to find her way past Denji. It is now 2010 in favor of the Earthquakes. I got a little quiet there. Got a little emotional seeing Vibing with Vin's comment there. Vibing with Vin, you're my favorite. You're my favorite commenter now. You own my goat spot. Shintasu with the dodge. Dak able to get, or excuse me, Denji able to get the stop. No, it would be Dak. Dak and Denji. I got to remember which D goes which. Odorina finds a way to put it on in again for Team Earthquake. They'll be taking a 30-10 advantage with 4 minutes remains. Thirst Trap's going to have to find some of that magic, some of that rhythm as Singularity able to steal the ball. Takes it on back to Denji. Denji kicks it on out to Dark Shadow Fox. Plenty of time left, though. 20 points is it easy to make up for. Now in the hands of Shintasu. She dodges around Dak and finds a way to put it into the left hoop. 30-10, 20 now. Team Thirst Traps catching on up. Dak came out just a little bit. Shintasu recognized it. Dodged to the left hoop, which was the open and correct hoop. Odorino with the quaffle. She dodges on up above Denji. Dark Shadow with the huge steal. Passes on up to Malakosis, who passes it to Shintasu. Stolen, though, by Zayuni. Stolen right back by Malakosis. Shintasu with the ball in hands, up against Dak. And there it is, the tiebreaker. Or excuse me, the tie-up score. 30-30, 2 minutes, 50 seconds remains. Shin with the scores again. She's finding that rhythm that she found in her first matchup. Shintasu with the big steal. She is in flow with the water. But right there, Zayuni stopping it just a little bit. Passes it up to Odorina. Dark Shadow Fox able to find a steal. But now back in the hands of Malakosis. But stolen by Odorina. Ooh, Dark Shadow hitting the rogue bludger that's flying around. There may not be beaters on the field, but a bludger still do exist. Ooh, an Earthquake getting it to Golarity. He puts them up by 10 points now, 40-30 in the hand in favor of Earthquake. 1 minute, 55 seconds remain. Plenty of time for Team Thirst Traps to do it. Shintasu responds right back. 40-40. 1 minute, 45 remains. Dak Daniels coming out far for this kick out. Interesting strategy. Odorino looking for her options. She's holding for the one-timer possibility, but it is stopped on the side of Thirst Trappers. Odorino punching Malakosis out of the play. Shintasu making her way downfield. Dodges to the left, puts it in. It's now in favor, 50-40 of Team Thirst Trappers. My goodness, she has not slowed down at all. The ball in the air, picked up by the one person they definitely don't want to see it. And Zayuni said, no, please give that back to me. You need to settle down. He has the quaffle. He's ducking, dodging, weaving his way around. A little bit of that unfortunate mishap there, but we will get back into the viewpoint. Somewhere along the way, Chintasu was able to take the ball and puts it in. It's now 60-40 in favor of Team Thirst Trappers. Dak Daniels coming far out for the kick. He is trying to get them the ball as quick as he can. Gives it to Singularity. Chintasu finding the steal. But with 10 seconds left, and Chintasu just throwing it away. Team Thirst Trappers for the Water Nation will find their victory once again off the huge scoring performance off Chintasu. Congratulations to Thirst Trappers, as well as Dingy with a solid keeping performance. Malakosis and Dark Shadow Fox, even though Chintasu definitely is going to have a lot of the calls there, plenty of steals and good passes on the hands by the hands of Malakosis and Dark Shadow Fox. What a team effort and a good matchup in a close game. Earthquakes holding the lead for most of that matchup, yet at the end, Team Thirst Traps finding their way to push it on in. And with that said, that will be the end of round one of the round robins. Moving on to round two. Air Nation taking 2 wins. Water Nation taking on 2 wins. And with the updated scores, Fire Nation at 10,525. Air Nation creeping on up 9,975. Water Nation at 6,900, or excuse me, 7,575, and Earth Nation 6,775. Make sure to get your core shards in with the gambles. Gloss gambling doubling his. Airyberry losing their 20. Shintasu, second highest score of all time for Ariza, says OTPHJ. Chin would go crazy and lore accurate quizzes, says Vibe and Vin. Indeed, that is possible. As long as there's secret catches, though, and lore accurate Quidditch, it'll all be for something. What a first round of matches, chat. Definitely exciting to see some true quality chaser play here. Fire Nation still on top. We will snatch victory back from the jaws of defeat, says Angel. I mean, you have 2 extremely talented rosters for the Fire Nation. With Chin scoring like that, Stitch Grab won't matter. We saw that in the World Cup, says Vid. We have predictions in the chat for the Airheads of the Air Nation versus Landslide of the Earth Nation. Chat, make sure you get your predictions in. To remind you, Landslide having the keeper of Lena with the chasers of Odorina 26, Cardi, and Singularity. Airheads showcasing Scourge on keeper with Frank, Dynamite Cope, and Gloss on chaser. 2 very tough keepers here. I think this will possibly be another low scoring match with these 2 keepers in the lineups. Though you still have to look out. Cardi, again, just one of the best scoring chasers that this game has to offer. And Singularity and Odorina have been cooking as well. We saw them in that last matchup. Even though they have taken 2 hard defeats back to back, they have been putting in work and consistency. On the side of Airheads, Frank, Dynamite, and Gloss, Low scoring game. They were able to sneak out against Gaslighters. Gloss had a few rim shots there. Maybe if he cleans that up. Especially he'll have to against the keeper of the likes of Lena. Don't worry, I'll airbend the Quaffle into Fireside, says Airy. The Air Nation and Fire Nation still trading blows back and forth in the chats. But here it will be about the Air Nation and the Earth Nation. Dark Shadow gambling it all. Lost 1,700 core shards. Oh my gosh. F's in the chat for Dark Shadow Fox, everyone. F's in the chat. He probably had the most core shards of anyone. And he gave it all up. F's in the chat. But how are we feeling, chat? Outside of Just Nations, outside of Just Your Nations, which team are you excited to continue watching? Some very good lineups here, chat, I have to say. Putting on some very good performances for us. The house is rich with core shards, I know. All those core shards they could give to Air Nation. Scorch us and we just get hotter. House always wins. It does. It will find a way. But it's not rigged. Just the house is smart. Each time someone loses their core shards, I eat them. Oh boy. We are feeding Time Twister, chats. Gamble all your points and lose them to feed Time Twister. This is how he eats, chats. Rishi gambling it all, doubling his 80 core shards to 160. Like rock candy. Chat, who remembers Pop Rocks? Who's in here's a 90s baby? Go ahead. Expose yourself. I'm one of them. I'm a 90s baby. I remember Pop Rocks. Time Twister is King Boomy confirmed. 5,000-pound scorekeeper, Pop Rocks. Yes. I miss Pop Rocks. It was so good. As we go in to our next matchup of the Airheads and Landslide here in the Weasley Burrows. I might be goated, but not that goated. No, you're goated, Time Twister. Here for the kickoff. Landslide seemingly gets the kick, gets the pickup. Cardi to the face of Scourge, but stolen by Gloss. Gloss up to his keeper, play caller Rings, takes it on downfield, gets around Odorina. Sigma Frank going to the side, possibly for a one-timer set up. Lena sitting there. Frank got punched out of it. Frank still able to grab the Quaffle. Gloss kicks it right into the face of Lena. Lena was pushing up on Gloss. Frank just not identifying that to take advantage. But it's okay. He'll get another opportunity here as he duck, dodge, and weaves. It tries to get to Glass Arena, punching Glass out of it and able to get the pickup. She passes it up to Singularity, but Dynamite Cope with the one-timer block. Cardi sends it back to Lena. She'll be looking for her options of who to pass out to. Passes it on out. Looks like it was blocked again by one of the chasers of the Airheads. Kicked on out into the hands of Singularity right now. He dodges his way around to the face of Scourge. Got kicked out, I believe. Frank with the pickup passes it up to Gloss. Frank taking those play caller Rings, try to get up to get advantage, get away from these chasers. He's going for a one-timer setup, punched out by Odorina. Dynamite still sends it to Gloss. Gloss dodges to the far right hoop and puts it in. He got around Lena going up high, able to get it in going low. 10-0, Airheads. Ball passes up to Cardi. Cardi looking for Scourge. Stolen by Frock, though. Maybe off a pass or a shot. Not entirely sure, but what an impressive take. Dynamite Cope Almost got the pass off, but Singularity gets that steal. He'll have his chance against Scourge. Goes for the hoop. Oh, gets kicked out. Picked up in the hands of Cardi. Goes for the top hoop. Scourge just able to stop it just at the last moment. Dynamite Cope with the take. I've got to say, this is a, unorthodox set of chases with Frank, Dynamite Cope, and the likes. Dynamite Cope putting it on in, and Gloss for the Airheads 20-0. But they're making it work defensively. They have been putting on a show. They've been having some good passes in there. And obviously having that back line of Scourge, that safety net, obviously helps quite a lot. Frank with that huge steal. He has an option to pass to the left. But Frank had his opportunity for the right hoop. Didn't quite get it. Somehow still picked it up before Lena could grab it. But Lena just able to get the grab, even though she dove to a different hoop. That auto grab still able to take it out of the hands of Frank. Singularity finds his way against Scourge, goes up for the top hoop. Scourge just so ready for it. That top hoop, definitely a big one for a lot of chasers, but Scourge just not having it. Frank with the far one-timer after Gloss gets around Odorina. Frank able to pick it up off of Gloss's one-timer defensive kick, passes it on up to Gloss, and after faking for the top hoop, finds his way to the bottom right hoop. It's now 30-0 for the side of Airheads. I've got to tell you, this is a surprising outcome so far. Singularity gonna pass it up to Odorina most likely. She's got Cardi at the top. She's looking for him. Pass on out, gets kicked around. Odorina with the pickup. She's looking for her options and sends it reverse to the bottom right hoop and finds a way to sneak it in. Landslide starting to claw their way back in. 30-10. But I'm sure we are well past the halfway mark of this match. Scourge is down. Gloss sends it off to Frank, gets it punched out. It is loose in the air. Lena picks it on up. She's going to pass it far out. Frank finding a way to pick it up, though, after it locked on to Odorina. He dodges upwards. Lena able to get in his face and stop it. Cardi with the quaffle. He has options to the left of him. If he decides to pass it off, he goes high and reverses it, or possibly even shuffled it to the far left hoop. It's now 30-10. Airheads still holding on to that advantage, but Landslide crawling on back. It is not over yet. Frank with the grab. He passes it on up to Dynamite. Lena with the big take. And now with Scourge down, oh, he is revived though. Singularity will have his possibilities here. He goes up. It's now tied 30-30. Landslide climb their way back into the last half of this match. After down 30, what a comeback. Will Airheads find a way to respond? Gloss with the ball. Lena able to pick it up. Singularity now with the quaffle. Dynamite takes a stab at it. Doesn't quite get it. 1 minute remains. Singularity able to put it into the top hoop. Not only have they come back 0-30, they now find their way to take a lead at 40-30. About 40 seconds remain. Will Airheads be able to respond in time to the hands of Frank? Passes it up to Gloss, but it gets kicked away by Cardi, I believe. Odorino with the pickup. Scourge is down. And that gives free points to Landslide. 50-30. And I believe with the time that may be left, it might just be out of reach. Dynamite sends it up to Gloss. 10 seconds remain. It will be too much. And Lena with the pickup. What a huge comeback by Landslide to get some points on the board for Earth Nation. What seemed like dead in the water after a 0-30 start They found the way, chat. They found a way. Lena, Odorina, Cardi, and Singularity have found their rhythm. And the Earth Nation will be taking on some much needed points. GG's to the Earth Nation indeed. Super well deserved after clawing their way back. Goat Larity and Goat Rena at it again. And Goatee. I guess that'd be the best way for Cardi. The Goatee. But also by Goat Lena. Quaffle got too heavy for the Air Nation there at the end, it looks like. They did find the way. All they had to do is play a bit more defense. Looks like they got a little trigger happy after that 30-0 lead. And just a lot of 1v1s happened for the side of Landslide. They were able to find their way back into the lead through that. Just comes to remind you, chat, that you still have to play all facets of Chaser, no matter what the situation looks like. You still have to play all parts of the field, offense, midfield, and defense. Their lesson will hopefully be learned before they go in for the next matchup. But just like Team Airheads gambled their defensive strategy to get some more points, you should be gambling some core shards, chats. Let's see some gamble alls. Rishi able to get his way up to 320 core shards. The house is feeling Rishi right now. Maybe after that unfortunate rim outs, the house is feeling a little bit like they need to give Rishi some points there. And he does it again now with 680 core shards. Nice gamble. I will rim even more. Trust, says Rishi. Nah, I believe in you. I believe. I gotta see what my points still are. I'm sitting there pretty okay at 580. An important update, chat, to mention is that the Aquaholics, who do seem to be up next after having their win against Landslide without Krishy, it has been notified that Krishy will not be returning. And it looks like they will not have a third chaser at all. It looks like Aquaholics will be going with just 2 chasers to continue on as they face, I believe, Gaslighters. That will be a tough task to handle. Now, they've already handled it against the likes of Landslide. So we'll see how they'll do against Gaslighters, boasting the roster of Shade on Keeper, Groovy Games on Chaser, It's Harry, 447, and Cheese and Queso on that Chaser roll. Quite a lot to handle with the Groovy Games in there. Definitely her defensive presence could possibly counter some of what Chintasu wants to do. Water has 2 forfeited players in 2 different trials. They're just drowning in too much talent. The current sometimes takes them away if they don't stay with the flow of water. Teddy ready with a good point. The 41-minute mark is in 7 minutes. So we may have a small break before then. Make sure you get a little bit of water. Stretch your legs. And if it's fine with Time Twister, we'll run a quick ad break, and we'll be back probably around the 42-minute mark for you chats.
Ad running.
All right, chat, and we are back now that we are past the 41-minute mark. And we have an update. There was a huge anonymous donation given by someone in the Earth Nation, and it gave them quite a lot of points. I gotta tell you, it was quite the donation, chat, given to L7 and towards the event by someone within the Earth Nation. And they got quite a lot of points off it. I must say, this may not be the battle of fire and air anymore. It may be Earth Nation setting us up. There's no way Earth Nation got 10k points. It is there was a way on Earth. There was a way on Earth that Earth Nation did it. Donation of what? I guess will it pay to win? Hey, you know, I guess money does grow on trees for that Earth Nation. I'd like to be on that Earth. Bribery? Oh hell yeah. Listen, hey. Let's all not all act like we want to do some strange for a little change up in here. Let's you know, let's all not act like we know what this is about. Cash rule everything around me. We know the deal. What in the capitalism? Yep. That is the way it works. Due to legal reasons, we cannot disclose this information. The battle of who has money. Where in the rules does it say donations equals points? That rocks. We're cooking. Bribery, excusez-moi. There was nothing in the rules that says donations equals points. How much does it cost to help the wet? How is this fair? Give me the link so I can see. Waffle report. All right. Before we get everyone in trouble, it's a prank. It's a prank, chat. There is no donation. The Earth Nation is still still there with 7,000 points. Before I get everyone in trouble, before I get L7 in trouble, there was no donation. We just wanted to have a little fun with the Fire and Air Nation. Before we get letters, yeah, to stop the owls. No, I was gonna call the cops fake news. It was fake news. The donation part was me, Chad. I'm the one who made that. They put in all the points in for Earth Nation. I just came up with the reason. It was not approved by Riley or Time Twister by reasoning for it. So it was all just jokes. An uprising was ensuing. We were about to listen. We were about to see Fire and Air Nation come together. That would have been a moment. I gotta tell you, that would have been a moment. With the love of God, it's about to be fuming. Almost grabbed your wallet. Unfortunate. Oh, indeed, yeah. From all that money you got from the Q6 casino, I'm sure. We'd have fought. The house donated all those core shorts you lost. But on the down low, how wet can you get Flyerish? That is, are you asking me? Are you asking me how wet I can get, or how wet others can get? I'm very confused. This is a crazy question here. I gotta say, not very wet. The air will dry me off very quickly. I must say. I'm getting blown a lot around here. So
Hey yo.
not very well. What's up, OTP?
What up, what up? I was about to come in with a vengeance for the Fire Nation here, seeing those points on the board. You saved yourself just in time. Alright, so it was a prank.
It was a prank, OTP. You can put down the Ugandan knuckles. It'll blow punches. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Is this leaderboard with the Earth Nation winning real trial or fake? Right now it's real. Right now, what it shows on the board is real, and it looks like we are in for the match for the
It's
Alcoholics and the
back to how it should
Gaslighters.
be. Fire on top. I had my
Indeed.
cactus gun emojis ready for you there.
I love it. I do believe we saw Cheese and Queso get in a score for the side of Gaslighters. So I'm at least know that Gaslighters are up 10-0 at the current moment. Cheese and Queso
Let's
holding
go.
on to the quaffle. He takes it up fields. Taken by the side of Aquaholics. Okay, so it is 20-10 for the in favor of the Gaslighters right now, OTP. But Chintasi right now holding the ball. She's had quite a day, but stolen right now for Cheese and Queso.
Yeah, that was the one match I was able to tune in for, dealing with some personal life stuff this morning, and I just saw Chintasu cooking as she normally does. I mentioned, yeah, on the Quaffle report, we had her second most all-time in goals. Another surprise on the list was Cheese and Queso, who I always had known as a keeper, but yeah, really good chaser as well in this tournament here.
Absolutely. We saw Groovy Games getting in another score, making it 30-10 in favor of the Gaslighters. Jintasu. Now, again, the Aquaholics are running with only 2 chasers. They lost Krishy, and they do not have a replacement Water Nation chaser. So they are out here battling it all. Disadvantage and everything. Dark Shadow on the tail of Cheese and Queso, who does find a way to get around.
Groovy Games.
Groovy.
Wait,
Sorry for
who is Groovy Games? What? Who? No,
Groovy
we love
putting in
also known
40
as Groupie Games. Yeah, great score there.
Groovy is one of my goats, one of my favorite personal chasers to watch. That may be, cast a bias there, but it is what it is. Right now, Dark Shadow Fox taking the ball back into the hands of the Aquaholics, sends it to Chintasu, who's going downfield with it. She's swirling all around. All 3 chasers on her as Dark Shadow Fox stays back for the defense. She'll look to see if she can't find a way, and she does.
Who needs 3
40-20.
chasers? Chintasu counts as 2, right?
She may count as 3 at this current moment. The performance she's been putting on, she will most definitely end this whole series as the chaser MVP. She gets a huge steal right there.
Wow, cooking.
Gets around some chasers, has the play caller rings to help her get around. Cheese and Queso was able to catch up though, gets that steal, passes it on back to Shade. Cheese and Queso now with the quaffle.
AO Malacosis in chat. AO. Here's
We
Groupie.
all have AOs. Ooh.
Nice dodge and score there.
She always finds a way. She is starting to find out how to get around Dingy. She puts it up 50-20 for the Gaslighters. Jintasu now doing everything she can, OTP, to just keep the quaffle in hand. Unfortunately, Cheese and Queso with the steal there.
Nice grab by Cheese. Yeah, seeing Cheese and the Nighthawks in the open queue, he's one of the chasers. There's a few of them on that team that have really impressed me, honestly, both offensively and with their defense. Tackle steals. Nice save there by Denji, kicking it back up. That's grabbed, though, by Harry.
He dodges and puts it into that left hoop, 60-20 in favor of the Gaslighters. Aquaholics here, they may be feeling a little bit of that heat now without the help of a third chaser. Still putting up impressive numbers nonetheless here at the end of it. Gaslighters taking in some points for their nation. And the Aquaholics putting up the fight that they can, all things considered. Still a dominant performance, I'd say, by Chin, but Groovy there, especially towards the end, finding her rhythm, OTP. And she's definitely, one of the more dominant chasers that we have in this game and she is the captain of the Rim Reapers. Shout out to them.
For sure. Yeah, Groovy, it's honestly been amazing to see. I feel like, our favorite British girls, they all kind of came into the game at the same time. And to see the growth of Groovy, Neve, Livy, right? Like there's quite a few of them. But just what an awesome influx of Brits into the community. And yeah, they can definitely cook on that chaser game.
Yeah, not to mention other notable EU chasers, women, Chintasu and Odorina, all taking part in this event. Still other EU chasers, though, out there with Teddy Ready, Glass, and Rishi all joined on in. So lots of EU. I believe it's Harry, maybe EU as well. I'm actually not
Nope,
sure.
he's actually a fellow Canadian, fellow Canuck,
Canadian, okay.
like yours truly. Yeah, I was actually talking to Warbeard, another fellow Canadian, obviously in the separate Black Lake server. They do the House Cup tournaments. But I was saying, Warbeard, man, we gotta get together, Team Canada, and host World Cup. I think would be really cool to see. Now I know it might be tough to find 6 people in one individual country. Like maybe you could do a team South America. I'm sure you could field a team England, or even mix in Ireland, like Disc Jockey and a few other players in there. But yeah, I just think that'd be really cool to see the nations that all of us QC players in the community come from. Obviously, with the US, you'd have to split it up into at least 2 or more teams, but could be really cool to see.
Possibly. Teddy Ready mentions Tuanella. Tuanella is not taking part of this event. Still one of the goated, not just EU women chasers, just one of the most dominant defensive chasers that this game has to offer.
100%.
We have the red coat, says Cardi, in response to the British are here. Romania represents, says Teddy. NA represents, says Crafty. I'm sure we have enough NA to represent around here. Disc is Irish, asks Crafty Cat. Yes.
Yes.
I'm not from Ireland, but I am Irish as well. That is why I am Flyrish. I am an Irish pilot.
Slunja.
Yeah. I'm from New Orleans though, so the Irish channel. We got a lot of Irish influence in New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm actually half Irish, half Italian. Makes for a pretty good drinking combination. I don't know if I can say that on stream.
So you and I are very similar then. Because I have a lot of Italian in me as well. My great grandfather was full Italian immigrant. Rishi says he's also Irish, but not from the country. Rishi has been all over. Irishy. Yep, I like it.
AKA Leisure. Speaking of which, how have my other Fire Nation friends been doing? Catch me up to speed, maybe just in general. Some highlights from round 1. What did I miss, Fly?
So round 1, the Fire Nation did lose both of their games to Air Nation. Both games were against Air Nation. Air Nation pulled off both, I believe, if I'm correct. Although Air Nation did lose. Well, no, they weren't both to Air Nation. Air Nation did lose a big one to Landslide, though. And now Gaslighters getting their win. So I believe the first Fire Nation win so far in this event. But they have a very tough roster, and they will continue to set ablaze, I'm sure, as the event goes forward.
For sure. Any other notable standout performances? Obviously, Chintasu, Groovy Games. Anyone else that's really stuck out, both on the chaser or keeper side?
Absolutely. Landslide on that last one, they were down 0-30, found a way to win it 50-30 against the Airheads. We've had some very interesting rim shots, I will say, some that would have won the games for their nation. Unfortunately, that would be on the side of the Fire Nation. They had 2 back-to-back open shots that they rimmed. They got past Scourge and just hit the hoop, and they lost by 10, unfortunately, after those back-to-back misses. So,
all right, still believe.
Some chaos all over, but here we go with Earthquake versus Puff Puff Pass. Earthquake having Dak Daniels on keeper, Otarina, Zayuni, and Singularity, with Puff Puff Pass having Scourge on keeper, the chasers of Disc, Dynamite, and Mitchie already now into the hands.
Speaking of Disc and Dynamite, there's actually another fellow Canadian. There's a lot of them out there. I don't think people realize. Araberry as well, Time Bomb. So I think we could have a pretty decent roster. Nice shot. There's Otarina with the classic Oda shot with that big slow dodge. You know the rear cam's coming, and as a keeper, it's so disheartening when that just goes by you, even when you know it's coming there. But she does that so often.
Michimo with the quaffle in hand, dodging around Zayuni. Zayuni showed a really decent defensive performance in his last showing. And after a far one-timer, Dynamite Cope gets it past Dak Daniels. It is now 10-10. Earthquake and Puff Puff pass.
Yeah, Dynamite Cop on DA, also known as Dyna. That's what we call him over at Team Gryffindor there. But I think another, I don't know if underrated is the right term, because obviously he's got a lot of respect. He's been around this league for a long time. But just maybe because they have so many chasers, so many great chasers over there on DA, maybe he doesn't get the recognition that he should sometimes. Another big steal there by _26, Odarina. And she takes the ball up the field here.
Yeah, Dynamite Cope, one of the better utility chasers in the game. Very aggressive with the punches on the field for whoever his opponent is. Showcasing after a very successful season 1 with Double Dorks Army. Now Michimo again with the quaffle, passes it on up. Looks like Dynamite Cope. He takes his chance against Dak, dodges for the right hoop. Dak able to stop it. He passes it on out back into the hands of Singularity, as we've been calling Goat-larity or Goal-larity when he does score. Does he get one here? He does not. Scourge with the big stop. Scourge just been a huge factor into how Puff Puff Pass and the Airheads have been working. Dynamite passes it on off. Down there to Mitchie, it looks like, but Dak Daniels with a big stop.
Yeah, Singularity is another big surprise for me. I don't know if anyone saw the stats channel in L7 they added recently. USA Quidditch was able to take the time, add up all the medals. Now, they're not the most reliable source of stats in the world, unfortunately. Like, if you get 6 goals, you're still only going to see that 5-goal medal. But we did see Singularity was right up there with Odarina. There's a couple others I can bring up the list, but yeah, leading the Triwizard division in goals, really impressive.
Disc Jockey
Nice goal
finding a
by
way to
Disc.
sneak one in, giving Puff Puff Pass a 20 to 10 point lead here with 3 minutes 45 seconds left. Someone in the chat did correct me. Singularity is a she. This is probably the third time I've assumed a chaser wrong, so I apologize about that. I need to put some respect on it as Zayuni gets a far one-timer in, a pass Scourge. 2020 Earthquake and Puff Puff pass. 3 minutes 25 seconds remains. Fly, you said this an hour ago. Groovy, I missed it. I'm sorry. I typically miss a lot of chats.
I have the list here. Singularity, Odarina, both with 27 goals. Pingu right behind them with 25, and then FM, Fabricio Mary with 23. My old teammate vibing with Vin with 17, so he's learned how to correct all those rim shots there.
We love to
I
hear
guess he
Dynamite
passed them
Cope
over
with
to
the pass.
Fire Nation.
Indeed. Dak Daniels coming out, gets the grab. He passes it on out into the hands.
Singularity, let's see what she can do here.
She takes the shots. Scourge able to stop. She got on fire at the end of her last match against Scourge.
I don't doubt it.
Dynamite Cope right now with the quaffle in hands. He's got pass options on both the left and the right. Sends it to the right, but it didn't quite reach Mitchie.
Don't you love when those shovel passes just go off into the abyss?
Yeah, they do work very. And Singularity in the top hoop for Earthquake. 30-20. 2 minutes remain. Scourge kicks it on out. Puff Puff pass. Gonna have to find a way to get it to work. Maybe tighten up some of those passes that they have. Mitchie with the quaffle. There, Earthquake punching the possible one-timer. Mitchie gets to pick it back up again. Kicked out, though, by Dak Daniels. Should be a keeper she is relatively familiar with, as they are on the same team.
Here's Singularity again. Looks like that is kicked away by Scourge.
Picked up by Disc Jockey. He is now sending it up forward into the hands of Mitchie. Passes it to Dynamite. He takes a dodge. Doesn't quite get it. Mitchie had a possibility of grabbing it. Just missed it. Dak picks it up. He's going to send it far out. Going to be picked up by Singularity. She takes on Scourge again, but Scourge was able to pick
Looks
it
like
up
that
off
was
the
a quick,
pass.
quick pass to Odarina one-timer. Really nice save there by Scourge. Flips it up to Michimo. She comes in diving and puts it in the top hoop. Really nice goal there. Michi was another one of those Nighthawks. I was going to say it really impresses me on the chaser game, seeker turn chaser. Actually, another one who was playing with us last night is Virtual Witchcraft, the former
Shout out
L7
to the
president. Yeah, old seeker
indeed.
goat. Shout out to Virtual. Would love to see them cooking on the chaser game in season 3. That would be awesome.
Absolutely. As we hear with the 30-30, with very low time left, the ball being passed up to Dynamite, back to Michi. She's looking for her options against Dak. She throws it for the far right hoop.
Wow.
Bounced out. Now they're in overtime, or sorry, they will be going to overtime here possibly. 1 second remains. They take a shot. Sudden death. Dynamite Cope with a big kick, going to send it right back to Dak Daniels. He kicks it on out. Singularity with the quaffle. She has 2 chasers to beat around her. She gets around both of them. Now to the face of Scourge.
Oh, kicked away.
Odarina with
Picked
the
up
pickup
by
though.
2-6. Going for that rear cam, like she does. Nice save by Scourge.
Zayuni looking for the possibility of kicking it back. It's going to go into the hands of Dynamite. Dodges one chaser, has another chaser he has to dodge. He has options in front of him. Sit for a one-timer, but Dak Daniels with the pickup. And now it's all down to who's going to put that first shot in. Singularity once again. Sends it to Odarina, who found her angle to put it in. Earthquake finding a way to finish it off 40-30.
What a
And
goal. What a game.
Much needed core shards for the Earth Nation.
Back and forth action in OT. Love to see it.
Absolutely. Both chasers trading blows, Singularity finding her rhythm, but finding a good pass to Odarina there at the end. A low pass that I just think Scourge may not have recognized coming. Sneaked it on in. Go to Kurwa, says ODP.
Goat Arena, as we like to call her, or Baby Oda. That was exciting. Have all the matches been like this today?
They have been relatively.
Wow. This is awesome stuff.
I can't even lie. That was the most beautiful rim I have ever seen. Rishi, just wait till you watch your replay. I'm sorry. I keep giving Rishi a hard time. Yeah, Michimo did have a chance to close it out there for Puff Puff Pass. Unfortunately, it just hit the side. I never understand how, the physics of that work. Relatively, you would think if you hit the side inside the rim, it would bounce. It would still bounce in, but it finds a way to bounce out. We love to see that. Glasses is the Rim Master 3000. I agree. We have had quite a lot of rim shots. More rim shots than I think I'm normally used to seeing in these events. See, was it a draw or a win? It was a win for Earthquake. But now we get set up here for Incendio versus Team Thirst Traps. Incendio will be having the keeper of Count Tails, followed alongside with Saffron J, Teddy Reddy, and Lissier. 2 chasers OTP here is very familiar with against Team Thirst Traps, who will be having Dingy on keeper, and this time a full chaser core of Chintasu, Malakosis, and Dark Shadow Fox to round it out.
Nice. I'm good to fill the team there. This is going to be a good one.
Absolutely. Chat, we have predictions that you can put on. You can gamble some points on the predictions. Make sure to gamble your core shards as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We see Team Chintasu, Denji, they've been absolutely cooking. Good to see them at full strength. Obviously, I know, to your point, I know what Teddy and Saffron in particular are capable of. they just had incredible chemistry this season with Lego, with Modest when he did play. They just kind of seem to be on sync together, so I expect to see a lot of that out there. Along with Rishi, I guess he has been hitting a lot of rim shots. Maybe needs a little bit more training with Time Twister. Maybe he'll get to that next step soon, but we'll see what they can do out there today.
Absolutely, and we know Teddy Reddy has been showcasing quite improvement of his offensive skills throughout the L7 season. Saffron there playing that role he normally does in the back, more utility, but coming up if needed on offense.
Yeah, we like to call him Baby Prof. The way he just kind of comes out of nowhere and tackles that quaffle. Super frustrating to play against. And yeah, to your point, Teddy Reddy, I mean, even from last season, like I really do think he's one of the better chasers, better offensive scoring chasers in this league. Just always knows what to do with the quaffle, where to be on the pitch. But the team he's facing, I mean, we've talked about Chintasu, what she's done out there, absolutely cooking. And adding in Malakosis, I think, really rounds out that team. A really good defensive chaser on that side as well.
Absolutely, you hit it the nail on the head. Malakos has had a great defensive performance in his one showcase so far today. The most goated player in the game, Time Twister, says he is offering up training, but only on the 41-minute mark of each hour, and that is the only minute he will play. So here's your chance, chat, to learn how to be good at this game. Time Twister offering up the deal of a lifetime as we see these two teams start to get ready to head in here shortly, getting their players in the lobby.
I do want to share with you guys that Time Twister has already been picked up by a team prior to QCMania, so you guys get to see him in season 3.
Nice.
There we
Excited to see
go.
him cook out there. No longer the producer, the man behind the scene, basically the Wizard of Oz. It'll be nice to see him on the pitch, as we saw yesterday. Like, what a performance coming in the secret trials there. That was a really cool underdog story.
Indeed, he was Michimo's pick for Dark Horse, and she was correct. He went the distance. Found his unfortunate demise though in the semifinals. As we look on here, Rishi says no, he wanted him on Crazy Comms. Yep, unfortunately, Crazy Comms didn't grab Yukio for season 2, and they're seemingly not getting Time Twister for season 3. Just missing out on the best player on the board every time. Got to work on y'all's free agent drafting here.
Yeah, well, they have new leadership, so we'll see if they get better on that side of things this season.
Time Twister showing love to Neo and Frank, who did ultimately win the whole thing. Neo, who went 3-0 in the round robins, both put up grand performances. Was a lot of fun to see. As we look at the updated scoreboards now, we have Fire Nation at 11,125, Air Nation at 9,975, Earth Nation at 7,975, and Water Nation sitting at 7,575. Water Nation and Earth Nation been trading places back and forth. Please do remember, chat, the Trial of Water. If you would like to earn extra points for your nation, go ahead and post clips either of yourself, your friends, or of this event in the QC Discords. Subreddits r/Quidditch Champions Pros, or on Twitter, aka x.com, tagging WB Games, L7, and Quidditch Game, and making sure to let us know which house you're representing, and that will earn core shards for your nation. As we come in for Incendio versus Team Thirst Traps here on the Weasley's Burrow. We'll be having a good time. We'll be having the perspective of Saffron J, or excuse me, Teddy Reddy on one side.
Rocking those OG Bulgarian robes. Love to see it.
And we're off on the kickoff. Dark Shadow Fox POV at the current moment. Looks like Incendio was able to win the kickoff. Rishi takes it on into the far edge, passes it off, doesn't quite get it off. Keeper was able to intercept it. Now passes out to Dark Shadow Fox. He has his options open to the right, and it is Chin Tasu ended up going to Malikosis, though, off the shovel pass. Again, shovel passes never work exactly how we think they will. Rishi with the big steal. Dark Shadow almost getting the grab. Rishi will have this 1v1 against Denji. Oh, but got caught up with. Had to dodge out of it.
Off to Teddy. Didn't
Teddy
know if that was
had,
a save or a rim there.
I do believe Teddy did have a shot off, and it doesn't quite go in. Shintasu able with the pickup. She only has one chaser really to beat. Up against the keeper. She does a small maneuver to the left and then just flicks it on back to the right hoop. Shintasu getting 10 in for Team Thirst Traps here at the early game. Cowtails, one of the best keepers in the game, passes off to his teammate Rishi.
That would be the one really good recruit that Crazy Comms did have, or two good recruits, I should say, picking up Count-Tails and Cardi at, I guess you could call it the deadline last year. And there he is, making a big save on Chintasu there.
Teddy Ready holds the quaffle as he goes downfield with it. Not a whole lot of pass options, but a lot of chasers he has to get around. He is maneuvering quite well into the face of Denji, but unfortunately, Denji was able to get the grab.
Save.
He passes it on up to Chintasu, but stolen immediately by Teddy. Dark takes his swing at it. Denji with a big pickup. Denji has been working a lot on that keeper role. He is a sleeper pick on keeper. A lot of people don't recognize just how good he can be at it. Chin, as she dodges around, passes up to Dark Shadow, but gets it stolen away as the ball got passed backwards into the face of multiple chasers. Rishi passing it on up, but Denji still with the big grab. Chin passes it backwards. Dark Shadow passes it right back up to Chin, who's going to get those keeper rings and have another shy here at Count Tails. She takes a dodge, but Count Tails reads it, sends it back to Teddy. Now, as you look at these chasers, how Teddy and Saffron are working so far, OTP, is this kind of based how it worked with Revenants, kind of this positioning amongst them?
Yeah, like you see Saffron sits way back, like super high up, and that's where he comes down out of nowhere with those tackles, whereas Teddy is typically more midfield, upfield, as you see him coming down on Denji. But Denji had just a brick wall right now. And then you had Lego, who was just kind of typically in between them as a support. Lego came a long way in his positioning, defense, support style chasing. So yeah, the three of them just had really good chemistry. Obviously, we saw this season. Count-Tails also being a brick wall there.
Count-Tails is reading the dodges. Chin's one success came from a little bit of a fake out. Chin may need to look more into those type of shots. Last three attempts have been just dodges to one hoop, and Count-Tails getting all of them. Here goes Rishi.
Leeser with a pass to Teddy, and there's a nice one-timer. What a goal.
10-10 tied Incendio and Team Thirst Traps. Probably more around a little bit past the halfway mark. Yep, 2 minutes and 50 seconds remain. Shintasu passing the quaffle up to Malikosis. Malikosis getting a chance here. He sends it up to Chin for a one-timer who sends it far up into the top hoop. 2010 Team Thirst Traps over Incendio with 2 minutes, 30 seconds remains, OTP.
Yeah, we need to see Incendio keep catching fire here. They seem to get a little bit more momentum. Rishi with another rim. But they did seem to have a bit more momentum, some more chances at least. Saffron flips it up to Teddy for a second one-timer goal, showing off that chemistry there, and we're tied 20-20.
2 minutes, 5 seconds remains on that end of the spectrum. And we have the ball sent out to Malikosis, passes backwards to Dark Shadow. He has his target sight on Chin, but Count-Tails pushes on forward and grabs it, sends it back out to Teddy Ready. All the chasers are all over Teddy right now, so he has to pass it off to Lassir, who is free on the right. He tries to get a pass off to a one-timer option. Malikos has just kicked it on out.
Nice kick
Now
back.
the ball in the hands of Tintasu, who no one wants to see it in, but Rishi able to find a way to steal it. They are definitely covering Chin as much as they can. They understand that is a huge threat to them. Teddy ready with the big one-timer down to the bottom left hoop. And Incendio finding some rhythm with those type of one-timers, 30-20.
Teddy cooking.
Ball in the hand of Chintasu. She's passing it on out. Got intercepted. Count Tails quickly kicks it on back out. Teddy ready holding the quaffle once again. He's going to have Rishi as a pass option to his left. Probably look for him here with the one-timer. Didn't take the pass option. Rishi was smart enough to
Oh, what a
dodge away from
interception.
it. Shintasu, after the fumbling of the quaffle went all around, able to pick the ball back up. She takes the play caller rings down the field. She's staying as shifty as she can. Teddy ready able to get the pickup. And they are not letting her breathe here in the final 20 seconds. Dark Shadow is going to have to make a play here. Try to get the ball upfield.
Incendio
10
just
seconds
needs
remain.
possession. Teddy floating around there in midfield as we typically see him. Rishi set up for a bounce, one shot, one-timer. What a way to end it by Team Incendio. Let's go. Fire Nation, baby.
Fire Nation ever having a rough start in round one, finding some rhythm here in round two. Rishi closing it out with a great bounce shot. He says if he's just going to rim it, throw it in, he'll just rim it off the ground. And Team Incendio coming out with a huge win there, making the Fire Nation proud. Gloss says the so-called list here, I'm only passing guy. He did pass to the ground. That is true. He said that the ground could handle it, taking inspiration from his teammates in Cardi and Shoney. And I presume next, that is the end of round two, if I'm correct. Meaning we are going in for round three of the round robins. And remember, chat, the best of each each team for each nation will be the ones going into the semifinals.
I
So
just
I
want
believe. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that because Incendio won, now we have 1 win per team. That means this last round 3 is the decision maker on who makes it to final.
Wow.
Awesome.
Good stuff. What a tournament. We're seeing a lot of parity here. All the nations showing up with really well-rounded stacked teams. So this is going to be a super exciting third round here to see who moves on.
Absolutely. I believe now we'll be seeing the Air Nation face off against the Water Nation and the Earth Nation going against the Fire Nation now into these round threes. Shout out to the floor, says Rishi. It does keep us grounded. I will say that. Again, chat, make sure to gamble your core shards. It's never too late to gamble it all. Remember, you're helping feed Time Twister if it doesn't go in your favor. Timothy gambles all, loses it all. Angel playing it a little too safe. How dare I? What do you mean, how dare I? I have no control over the house. I'm just the guy yelling at a microphone. OTP gambles 500, loses 500.
I think that means
The
I got to
court.
double down here.
Yep. You gotta go all in now. The core shards that get lost to get donated to the Earth Nation now, says Time Twister. Ruby lost 100 core shards. The Earth Nation will thank you for your donation.
Well, not meant to be.
You know, as going into all of these games, you know, one thing I've noticed that I'm kind of surprised about is how many chasers here are electing Weasley Burrow as the map to play on. Typically, I know there's a number of chasers, including me, that we do not like any of the Weasley Burrow maps, not just because of aesthetically. Like Weasley Burrow Snow is obviously the prettiest map the game has to offer, but just how Weasley Burrow sets certain things up is to a few of us chasers, including me, just the one map we'd never want to be on. So I'm quite surprised that all of these matches are going to Weasley's Burrow. As we see here, the Aquaholics and the Airheads will be actually going to World Cup now. So, of course, cast the curse. Moment I say something, the opposite's going to happen. Hooray. Aquaholics again missing that one chaser. Remember that, chat. So it'll be Dingy on keeper with Shintasu and Dark Shadow on chaser. Airheads, Scourge on keeper. Frank, Dynamite Cope, and Gloss on chaser. This is going to be a tough one for them, OTP. Gloss and Shintasu are familiar with each other. Teammates on Nox. So Gloss has plenty of reps to know the movement of Shintasu. Also, Dingy, a part of Nox.
Yeah, not as a keeper, but still definitely familiar with his teammate's style. In comes Dark Shadow with a quick pass to Unk Shoney for the score.
So Shoney has returned. Shoney was subbed in by Frank in the earlier rounds. It looks like Shoney has made his way back. That changes a lot of dynamics. Shoney, one of the best offensive players in the game, showcasing it extremely early there as he picks up the ball, the quaffle off the ground, going against Dingy again. Flicks it, rims it, so even he is not safe from the rims that we have been going on with today. Dark Shadow looking for a pass option, just pass it out, didn't quite get it. Shoney benefits from it, but Shintasu with the steal from behind, as she'll have to find a way to get around Gloss and Shoney. Definitely extremely difficult to do. Shoney already showcasing he is here and ready to play. Sends it far off. Notice that Dingy just committed a little too much to one side. Shoney taking big advantage, 20-0 in favor of the Airheads OTP.
So have we seen players subbing and swapping in and out during the match? I thought it was kind of one lineup, set it and forget it.
There are certain lineups that were to be set it and forget it just due to either timing or whatever the situation we have had. Like in this situation, Christy has left Team Aquaholics. And you know, Frank had a sub in for Shoney for a little bit, but Shoney was the original member for the Airheads.
Interesting.
As Shoney puts in another one for the Airheads, 30-0. Shintasu with the quaffle, hoping to find some of that magic, but Shoney just shutting it down. Dark Shadow Fox getting an interesting steal there. Shoney didn't see it coming. He almost was able to get the flick on Scourge. Scourge, though, just so quick with it. Can claim that for the wing, how much the Wing Guardians practice with him. And it looks like there's going to have to be a reset as they back out of the game.
So sorry for that. There was some miscommunication. It has now been cleared up, but once a team has played their first match, that roster is locked and no substitutes are allowed. So Shoney was not supposed to be in that match.
Yeah, that was
Understood.
my understanding. That's why I was a little confused there. too bad for that team. Obviously, Shoney just came in guns ablazing there, was absolutely cooking.
Yeah, that is quite the shame. Shoney was cooking. Shoney is obviously just a fun player to watch in any event or game. So definitely a big loss in just a multitude of ways for Shoney to be out. But the rules are the rules. So they will be looking to get Franck back in.
It's a bit of a controversial decision as we read the chat. Was Shoney on the original roster? Looks like somebody was saying.
Shoney was on the original Airheads roster, yes. I suppose he was in the hospital. Shoney suffering from a collarbone and shoulder breakage recently. We hope that his recovery has been going well. I suppose maybe he had a check-in that he had to attend to for the beginning, and so Franck did fill in for the beginning of it. And I suppose due to that, the rules are upholding that Franck will have to remain in place of Shoney. Definitely just a huge hit in general. But again, we do want to wish Shoney a very fast recovery. Or if he was in for the hospital for another reason, then we would like to wish good tidings upon Shoney. Obviously, one of my favorite players. So tough to see.
Agreed. Honestly, Shoney, obviously fantastic player, everybody knows. But he's someone that I do talk to personally, and I think he's honestly a pretty underrated nice guy. So best wishes to him. Unfortunate there on the ruling. We see a lot of hashtag free Shoney in the chat. Now I will say
Yep.
this was a rule that was stated in defense of the league. That's why I was a bit confused. I was someone who Rishi subbed in for me, and I wanted to come back in and play, and I was told no. Just for context for everyone. So let's talk to Riley and League 7, and we'll get the official ruling, and we'll see if we're going to be getting back underway here shortly.
Indeed, I'm sure they'll be discussing it. Chat is discussing it as well. How the situation will fully be handled. I suppose is that being a possibility of you returning to a roster OTP if depending on how the ruling goes?
I
So
mean, maybe, but I'm having fun with you, Fly, so I don't know.
there has
Oh,
been multiple teams with the Fire Nation, with the Water Nation, with every single nation that have wanted to do subs. But as the general tournament rules state, that reserves may substitute only if a main player drops before their first scheduled match. No substitutions allowed once the matches begin. So, the rules state that the rosters are locked. Once you guys have played your first match, that locked in your roster and there was no swaps, no changes. There was plenty of people that wanted to go in and go out and swap around, but to keep with what I have said to Water Nation, Fire Nation, I'm sticking with what I said, and Shoney cannot return to the game. It's not fair because it's not the same team that had been playing the previous matches.
well, there are the rules, folks, and we have seen even the Aquaholics have been playing with two chasers throughout this series. So, quite a few interesting dynamics just overall in the team setups and how it has been handled. But as mentioned here, more importantly, as controversial and as upsetting as it is, and believe me, as a broadcaster, it is sad to not be able to commentate on Shoney's greatness. It is always fun to talk about what his capabilities are on offense. Um, we do again, or at least me personally, would like to wish a speedy recovery for all the health complications he may be going through. Uh, Not a fun situation, but as we see here, the game has actually started, and it is a 20-0 advantage right now for the Airheads. With Dark Shadow Fox getting a steal there. Passes it on out. Dingy able to get the grab. Passes it to Dark Shadow. Shin very far up, out of passing range. Just now coming into passing range, but stolen immediately on the side of Gloss. But Dingy with a big stop here with 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Dark Shadow Fox with the Quaffle going to have his chance against Scourge, or so we thought. Stolen immediately. Now passed up to Gloss. Gloss, one of the more dynamic scores that this game has to offer. Going up against Dingy.
He loves this right hoop here, and he flips, goes for it, and not this time.
Dingy and Gloss are probably well familiar with each other, probably doing quite a lot of 1v1s as Dingy's been on his path, his journey to become a better keeper. Shintasu with the ball in hands. One chaser to beat on the left. And then, of course, after beating all those chasers, still in the face of Scourge, it's just very tough. Gloss now holding the Quaffle. He's going to get another chance here with Dingy. Spaces him out to the left. Goes up top. Flicks it down to the left hoop. Gloss on the board. 30-0 in favor of the Airheads. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remain. The ball immediately stolen into the favor of the Airheads. And right now, another attempt not quite got in there by Dynamite. Gets hero kicked for it. Gloss with the pickup, able to immediately get it up to Franck. Franck's got to have his chance against Dingy. Flicks to the, or dodges to the right, flicks for the top hoop. It is now 40-0 in favor of the Airheads. Gloss able to get another score in, 50-0 for the Airheads. Airheads really finding their stride here offensively. Again, Aquaholics having a rough disadvantage with Chrissy leaving, so they are only down to 2 chasers. As Gloss takes the ball down again, sends it off to Dynamite. Dynamite puts it into the top hoop after dodging to the right. Putting it 60-0 in favor of the Airheads. One minute, 30 seconds remains. Dark Shadow getting a huge steal there. Shintasu with the Quaffle. She's going to have another chance against Scourge here. Dodges to the top. Scourge able to just get there in time to stop it. Dark Shadow looking for another steal here. Doesn't
Just
quite get it.
locking it down this game.
Let's see if they can
Indeed.
get one past him. There's Glass with another 70-0.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, OTP, just considering that they have 2 chasers. You know, they're getting the ball to Shin as quickly as you can. You know, but there is that penalty of holding the Quaffle. You do slow down when holding the Quaffle. She has so many chases to dodge, as well as then getting past Scourge. Dark Shadow doing his best on the defensive ends. Dingy doing his best to stop all the one-timer opportunities and multiple chasers coming his way. But just a lot to overcome, especially with this firepower on the Airheads right now. 20 seconds remain. We'll see if Chin can't get that one through. Dodges to the left, Scourge, able to still pick it up. Dynamite Cope getting a dodge to the right and into the top hoop to finish it out. 80-0 for the Airheads. Airheads getting some more points on the board, some more core shards. As we continue on round 3 of the Earth Trials.
So what does this mean now, Flourish? Is that obviously it's going to look pretty good for the Airheads to move on to the finals? Are they going to be facing the winner of the next matches coming up here? How does this structure work?
As of right now, the Airheads have 2 wins on the board. Puff Puff Pass still has a game to go, but they do have 1 win, so it'll be determined on if Puff Puff Pass makes another win here, I believe. Uh, we still have to see on the side of Gaslighters how they fare. And then Landside, I believe, is leading it for Earth. And I believe Team Thirst Traps is possibly leading it for Water. That is just my best guess, trying to recollect what has gone on. It could have changed a little bit since. As we start preparing for the next matches that will be here for us to
We
enjoy.
do see Riley posting in the Elemental chat, asking for participants of the Trial of Earth. If everyone wants to go in and vote to allow teams to bring in subs, they can make a rule change. She said, keep in mind, the Aquaholics have been playing 1 down.
Which is interesting. I believe they, whether Malacosis could come in or someone, could go in for the Aquaholics, I think would be, just even in the interest of the content. Because at the end of the day, this is what this is about. This is about entertainment. This is a fun event made for entertainment. And, obviously, Aquaholics, especially with the hot start Chintasu had, it'd be extremely fun to see that squad have the fair fighting chance that they deserve. Although it was incredible to see Aquaholics still pull off a win uh, with only having 2 chasers, as well as Shoni is one of the most dynamic scorers. And this being a showcase of chasers, it is in the best interest of entertainment. I would say the crowd would love to see Shoni play. Obviously, that's no diss to Franck. Franck has been playing incredibly well, getting some great passes in for one-timers that have gone in. But the reality of it is, at the end of the day, Shoni is, truly one of the best offensive chasers that the game has to offer.
100%. And I mean, Rishi put it well. Like, we're here for 2.5 hours, right? Like, that's kind of the purpose of subs are to be there, right? To step in. If people have personal stuff that come up, emergencies, right? In this case. So I do agree with chat. However, I do see, why L7 wanted to be consistent in the ruling, to be fair to the other teams. Tough situation here. But, as Michimo put it, lesson learned for next time, right? I think, the ruling should definitely be subs are here to be subs.
Yeah, indeed. It'll probably in a future event have to definitely take a look at if there is no rule change to be happened right now.
Not seeing a lot of reactions to Riley's post. 3 upvotes, a couple check marks, and 1 X. So yeah, if you're playing in the tournament and you're listening in right now, please go in and vote, or tell your teammates to go in and vote. That's in the Elemental chat.
That is correct. They are only allowing from the participants that are joined in right now to vote for that. So as a broadcaster, I don't have a vote, but of course it would be my vote to see, the Water Tribe having someone extra if able, and Shoni able to play, especially just knowing the circumstances. I mean, Shoni's been doing his best to get that collarbone and shoulder back into playing form, and we would love to see all the possibilities we can to see the chaser greats, especially in a format like this where the chasers don't have to worry about a seeker or a beater. Uh, you know, this is one of the best opportunities to see a full showcase of of what these chasers can do. We have been super pleasantly surprised by some of these chasers, especially Chintasu to name. Just what she has done on offense and defense now that because Chintasu has always been one of those chasers all over the field, OTP, punching chasers, beaters, and especially when on knocks and you have that firepower with Gloss and Dake Blueby up front. You know, we may not have been able to see the full scale of what Chintasu is capable of on Chaser, and we're now seeing it here. And I know, you know, Shoni would probably showcase quite the same. And we saw that very early on with that match, Shoni getting a quick 3 in.
100%. Yeah, Chintasu, it's fun to see when her and Denji are together on the same team. They seem to bring the best out of each other. And we saw her cooking on Chaser, and Denji really, really impressive, especially that last game. Absolute brick wall back there. And obviously, then we saw Scourge as well there. We all know and can expect Scourge to do that. But it is really cool to see players taking on new roles, right? Like Fly, you and I both kind of transitioned to the beater role. Denji, always known as a seeker main. In my opinion, he is just a really good flex player all around, but now really committed to learning that keeper role. So it's awesome to see. I think Q6, right, is kind of a big reason for a lot of that as well, forcing players on off roles. So yeah, just really cool to see the versatility of this league.
Absolutely. Dake says, woke up and he says, "What is this? This is the Trial of Earth, which is the 4v4 situation or 4v4 competition, 3 chasers and 1 keeper each team. We are on round 3 so far, with a little bit of discourse happening after game 1 of round 3 that is being decided currently of how that will be handled.
I am putting out a poll right now for clarification. So if you're a member of the Trial of Earth, if you're a participant of the Trial of Earth, keep an eye out in the elemental chat for that.
All right, all participants of Trial of Earth, be sure to cast your vote in the elemental chat in the L7 Discord on what the situation may be for the case of, I believe, the Aquaholics and Shoni situation. And looking like a resounding vote for subs for all. Again, the votes only are for those that are in the Trial of Earth. Whatever the case may be, I know it may be if you are not on the side of air or water, that it may be a tough one to see with how popping off Chintasu has been and Shoni has gone in. But remember that this is an event here for fun. Shoni had very extremely understandable personal reasons as to why he couldn't make the first matches. I think it would be very, very cool to see Shoni be put in Aquaholics to get their 3rd chaser in for the remainder of the games. And Gloss with the Gumble, do remember we do have our core shard gambles happening. Gloss now back at 0.
The vote, the poll will remain open until um, for the next 4 minutes. So get your votes in, take a break, do what you need to do.
All right, chat. We will be back in after 4 minutes. What really works is this helps us get past the 41 mark, so we don't have that to worry about for at least another hour. But I too will take a water break, so we'll continue back here in about 5 minutes, chat, with the results of the poll. And yeah, make sure if you are a part of it to vote.
All right, folks. So the poll has ended, and it is subs for all is allowed. So I'm giving teams for about 5 minutes to go ahead and get adjusted. And when Gaslighters and Landslide are ready to go, just let us know and we'll get going.
Um, for clarification, now that subs are allowed, it's the subs that were listed, right? Or is it just like anyone in the nation?
Nope. Just they said subs. No one specified anything. And I don't want to keep using up time because I know a lot
Oh.
of people have stuff to do. So any subs. So if you need to go,
Okay. I just assumed that, yeah, the rule would be that the subs that were listed are now able to be subbed in if needed. All good. No need to correct it. We'll just leave it. But yeah, I think the format as you picked it would have been perfect, just with the ruling that subs are allowed. Like if you list a sub, they're able to swap in.
the
Maybe like for
reason
next
why
time.
the reason why I had it set up this way is because how points are being calculated are based off of who is streaming, who's participating. So by having that roster lock, it made calculating these points a lot easier. Because I'm running a sheet that has like about 10 different tabs right now. But because of this rule change, I am now not going to be updating any points for the Trial of Earth until the event has concluded and I can properly calculate everything.
No, yeah, I hear you. I'm sure it's a shit ton of work. Definitely not saying otherwise. Yeah, I'm just trying to help and think of ways to solve it. Like maybe you allow, instead of listing one sub, you allow like 2 or 3 subs to be listed who can alternate and mix in at any point in the tournament. But instead of having to track who actually mixes in and plays, you just like even if they list a sub, like everyone just gets a point for being on the roster type of thing, instead of like tracking who actually mixes in and plays in the games for points. They should just be there if needed because it's such a long day, a long tournament. Like real life happens, people, need to step away. And if they do, then, why shouldn't a sub be able to mix in? Just to keep it going. Because yeah, it was kind of a shame to see the water
Okay. Yep. All right. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Puff Puff Pass and Team Thirst Traps coming on in. Everything has been getting settled, and we have figured out the rules. Shoni should be able to come back in for the Airheads, and Aquaholics should be able to get their extra player in. Malicos is putting in a quick one for Team Thirst Traps, putting them up 10-0 for this situation. Again, the reminder, Thirst Traps has Dingy on keeper with Chintasu, Malicos, and Dark Shadow Fox on chaser, with Puff Puff Pass having Scourge on keeper, Disc Dynamite, and Mitchie on chaser. This will be an interesting dynamic. Probably the offense favoring in Team Thirst Traps, but some good defense on the side of Puff Puff Pass, and of course Scourge in the background. But Malicos is already getting past Scourge for the 1 points. As we face off here, Shintasu with the quaffle. Looks like she's going to have an open pathway to Scourge. She's wiggling around. She goes up. She circles. She goes to the right. Scourge getting that kickoff, a hero kick. That's what Drew wanted to see. Time Twister wanted to see some hero kicks, and we see one get there. In the hands of Dark Shadow Fox. Oh, now in the hands of Dingy. Kicks it on out to Chintasu. Malicos now with a quaffle as he makes his way downfield. Scourge with the big stop. He passes it on out to his team. They'll be going downfield. Pass goes for the score. Dingy with the big stop. Dark Shadow Fox with the quaffle in hand. He's got pass options. He takes none of them. Goes for the shot on the left hoop. Scourge able to kick it off the ground. Now into the hands of Puff Puff Pass. Disc carrying the ball right now. Faces Dingy. Takes a dodge to the right. Tries to flick it up to the left hoop. Now back into the hands of the ever dangerous Chin Tasu. She is circling around, multiple chases on her. Dark Shadow trying to get punches to help open her up. But Scourge able to get it off the top hoop. Passes it on out to his team. Disc Jockey passes off to Mitchie. She passes it, doesn't quite go anywhere. Dingy able to kick it off the ground. Hero kicking all three chasers on Puff Puff Pass. And a score on Shintasu, making it 20-0 for the favor of Team Thirst Traps. Three minutes 50 seconds remains here going into this. The ball pass on up into the hands of Malakosis for Team Thirst Traps. He's looking to make this a 30. Passes it to Chintasu, who gets the one-timer into the top hoop. Looks like there may have been a little bit of an unfortunate desync there for Scourge. We saw that light flicker for a second. Nonetheless, it is 30-0 for Team Thirst Traps as Puff Puff Pass takes it downfield, or attempts to get another score in. Picked up by Michimo. She's looking for her pass options, but it's stolen away. Chintasu with the quaffle. She takes it on downfield. Sigma Frank trying to stop her. Scourge now in the face. She dodges to the left after drawing Scourge out to the right. Gets it in. 40 points for Team Thirst Traps. And Puff Puff Pass here with 2 minutes 30 remaining. They're going to have to find a way to really get it in. And Frank starts it off. It is now 40-10. 2 minutes 5 seconds remains Shintasu approaching Scourge. Scourge with the grab. Kicks it on out. Dark Shadow Fox with a big steal there. Really trying to seal this for Team Thirst Trap. Shintasu goes for another attempt. Scourge with a pickup. Brock's going to take it off the ground. He's going to have a little bit of help on his right with Disc Jockey if he wants it. Faces up against Denji, but gets stolen away as he tries to get a little fancy. Disc Jockey able to find his way to get the quaffle back into his hands. But now in the hands of Shintasu. She takes it downfield. Not a whole lot of resistance. So she has to play caller rings, dodges, forces them to take tackles that they miss. Now the 1v1 with Scourge. Nothing fancy. She just goes for that left tube Scourge. Not having to move much at all. Frock able to pick it up off the ground even after the tackle. Passes it off to his right. They're going to be looking for options. Denji still with the pickup. And just Team Thirst Trap just having a huge advantage. Keeping this, just having their way. Shintasu with another score there. 50-10. She gets out of there with 1 HP remaining. Picked up by the Dark Shadow. And Team Thirst Trap's just not letting many opportunities for Puff Puff Pass to get back into this. Dark Shadow Fox puts it on in against Scourge. And this is going to end as a 60-10 in favor of the Water Nation. Congratulations to Team Thirst Traps for another win. It looks like Team Thirst Traps will be the team to go into the semifinals here. And most likely leaving the Airheads as the team to take it to the semifinals. As now it'll come down to the Fire and Earth Nation games to determine who will take it to the semifinals for them. What another dominant performance by Shintasu. And yes, due to the rule changes and things like that, points may not be updated for a little bit until after the results are fully finished. But as of right now, Team Fire Nation still holding quite a lead, with Air Nation not getting some very desired points right there. They will have a chance in the semifinals and finals, though, to see what they can cook up in terms of getting more points. As we see Team Incendio start to gear up to go against Team Earthquake. Team Incendio looking like they will have a change in roster. They will have Dake Blueby in with Teddy Reddy and Saffron J. And we'll be right back here in just 1 minute to type something out. All right. And coming on back in, they are starting to set up their lobby. Earthquake will be accompanied by Dak Daniels, Otarina 26, Zayuni, and Singularity, aka Goat Larity. Been a crowd favorite so far today. As we go in for a very, very tough matchup between the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation. Chat, if y'all could see a real fight between two nations, what would be the two nations you would love to see go at it in a real battle-like situation? I think air and water would be a very tough one. Two elements that are just extremely you just can't do anything with them. Untamable. They both have their flows, their currents. And when mixed together, it is catastrophe. Shoni says air and air. I agree with you. All team air. Earth and fire. We're about to see that here shortly with Incendio and Earthquake going at it. Our nation should be on top on the scoreboard. As of right now, there are going to have to be a change in points in doing their best to figure it all out. With some of the rule changes, there will be a couple adjustments that need to be made. Of course, there are points on the board for predictions on this match. Make sure you put your points in, your gambles in, and your shards if need be. Make sure to gamble them all. No small gambles in here, chat. It's all or nothing. All or nothing. Harry comes in with nothing. Rishi comes out with nothing. Claire asks who is on what team. Right now, Team Incendio, it will have Count Tails on keeper, Teddy Ready, Saffron J, and Dake Blueby on chasers. And Team Earthquake will have Dak Daniels on keeper with Otarina 26, Zayuni, and Singularity on chaser. So Dake Blueby on chaser is a switch up from the usual roster on Incendio. This will be his first match that we see him come in today. And from the POV of Zayuni, we go with the kickoff. Zayuni did get the bounce kick, but it goes to Teddy Ready, who faces off against Dak Daniels. And it looks like it was saved. Teddy Ready here about to have another opportunity, or excuse me, Dake gets it in. It is now 10-0 in favor of Incendio. Right now, Singularity, she carries the ball, passes up to Otarina. Count Tails reading it, comes on out for it. Dake with the quaffle on a breakaway. No one there to stop him. He will have his 1v1 with Dak Daniels. He dodges down. He throws it and hits the bottom of the far left rim. How unfortunate. Teddy going for the backwards. Otarina kicks it on out. Big break after Dake had that free 1v1. Zayuni going for the swipe. Teddy Ready with the quaffle. Dak with the free flights. We get to see it in full showcase there. Eliminates Teddy Ready as he kicks it on out. The quaffle lays on the ground, though. Dake Blueby able to pick it up. Otarina is going to have to be there to stop him. Singularity hot on his tail. Dake going high up for his options. He's looking for a reverse now. It gets kicked out by Otarina against the wall. Zayuni with the pickup. Dak putting out the rings to help his fellow teammates. Zayuni didn't quite get the lock on. He wanted. Cowtails is going to come out for this. Tried to pass it out to Singularity. Now in the hands of Saffron Jolly. As he passes it on up to Dake, he'll have the pass option of Teddy, which he will take. Teddy got punched though. Dak able to pick it up, kicks it out to Odorina. She'll have Singularity for a pass option, but Saffron says no, and he steals it away, passes up immediately to Teddy. Teddy throws it up onto the ceiling, tries to get that one-timer in. Dak now kicking it out to Singularity. Saffron J, though, once again, that defensive prowess able to stop the drive. And Incendio still holding on to that 10-0 lead. But Saffron right there now making it a 20-0 lead, getting it to this far right hoop. 20-0 Incendio as we're here most likely past the halfway mark of this match. That kicks it out to Odorina. Singularity now with the Quaffle in possession, but stolen away once again. Saffron just having a defensive performance here. Getting steals, getting his score. Looks like he's going to have another opportunity, and he puts it in. Saffron heating up. Saffron with 20 points, giving his team up to the 30 points, 30-0 lead. Multiple steals now, multiple scores. He is putting this on his back for the Fire Nation. Odorina now swirling around. Look at our options. Singularity getting a one-timer in. It is now 30-10. But time may be a factor here. Time may be a factor here. Team Earthquake is going to have to act quick. And they let the ball get past them. Dake's going to have his 1v1 with Dak Daniels. Dak getting a good stop there. Passes it out to Singularity. Singularity's going to have to worry about Saffron. She gets past them. Ooh, Teddy looks like he goes for a steal there. And it blinked, but didn't quite get it in for him. With Cowtails with a huge stop. Sayuni watching the ball as it comes around. Dake able to get the pickup of the loose Quaffle. Dak Daniels. Dak Daniels got, dang it. Dak, Dingy, get out of here, all of you. Dak able to stop it, kick it on out, kicks it out to Singularity. Zayuni looking to be a possible pass option in one-timer. He goes to the bottom right. Stolen by Saffron. Pass back to Count. Was able to hero kick all the chasers on Earthquake. Dake with hot pursuit goes for a bounce pass. Dak already in that hoop, though. Passes out Zayuni with a Quaffle. He gets it immediately off to Singularity. That thread the needle. There were a lot of red chasers in between that. Singularity looking for the options. Able to desync pass through. Count tails back up and puts it into the top hoop. It is 30-20. Limited time remains to make some moves here. Teddy ready with the Quaffle. Passes up to Dake, who gets a long one-timer into that bottom right hoop. 40-20 in favor of Incendio. Jake Dudley. Blueby Daniels. Yep, we're Dake Daniels. We're definitely combining all three now. Dake with the Quaffle. You have to forgive me, Chad. I have very, very strong synesthesia. Sometimes it messes with me in these situations. Dake with the score. That's going to put Incendio up 50-20, I believe, or 40-20. My apologies. As Zayuni looking to make something happen here. Dake getting the steal. Oh, it is 50-20. Odorina carries the Quaffle. She gets above, counts, backs up, got it stolen. Ball is loose. Odorina able to pick it on back up. 10 seconds remain. Can they at least get some points on the board to close this out? Odorina looking for all her options. Goes for the reverse, but it got one-timered out, and Team Incendio will take it 50-20 for the Fire Nation. Congratulations to Team Incendio. putting on a strong performance to possibly be the ones to go into the semifinals. As we get prepared for our next matchup. And it looks like that may have been, if I'm correct, the end of round 3. And we are going in next for the semifinals, which will consist of the Airheads versus Team Thirst Trap and Landslide versus Incendio. Looking at this, we may have an Airheads team now consisting of Shoni. Team Thirst Trap will be hosting Dingy, Chintasu, Malakosis, and Dark Shadow Fox. We saw a little bit of what Shoni was capable of in a slight view. So if he is indeed to be the chaser for the Airheads, that will be a big pickup. Very even points. Everyone has a chance. Indeed, this is going to be a tight semifinals to finals. Again, this is still a best of 1 within the semifinals, with it then turning into a best of 3. More points are on the line here in the semifinals. So even though we don't have an exact point total right now, as we are having to switch some things up, make sure everything's nice and clean and correct, we do know Fire Nation does have a pretty solid lead. And so this will be a good chance for Air Nation possibly to catch up if they win it out. And Landslide gets a victory here. Going over the rosters, Landslide will have Lena, Odorina, Cardi, and Singularity. That is a dangerous team right there. Incendio having Count Tails, Saffron J, Teddy Reddy, and presumably Dake Blueby or Rishi. One of those two. Earth Nation still the GOAT, says Livy. We see some love for the Earth Nation in there. Earth Nation has been a very peaceful, loving nation in here, as the Fire and Air Nation have just gone back and forth with the jabs. The Earth Nation and Water Nation have been nice and loving in here. Supportive no matter what. And of course, chat, make sure to gamble your shards. Dak Daniels going in for it. Lost their 60 shards. You never know. It could be the winner, chat. You could be the winner. Lena with the gamble all and won an extra 660 core shards. That puts her at 1,320. She's definitely getting in the good vibes before Landslide and Incendio. I know the Fire Nation will call it caster bias for me to say anything against the Fire Nation, but Lena just truly one of my favorite players to watch. So can't say I'm rooting for Landslide, but you know, Odorino's one of my favorite chasers in the game. Cardi, that's my homeboy. I got a lot of love for the players on Landslide. Ruby losing all of their core shards. Unfortunate, really. Is it my turn to lose it all, chat? How much points do I have? I have 820. Is it time I lose it all? Is it time I lose it all? I win it all! 1,640 core shards, chat. It's definitely not rigged to the broadcasters, I promise. Wait, if Lena's at number 2, does that put me at number 1? Ah! I told you, chat, you just gotta have the confidence. It is not broadcaster rigged, I promise. I say though, you know, since I am broadcaster, I shouldn't count. But Lena now leading technically, you know, maybe that's some points for Earth Nation if Lena is the player with the most shards once the once the event is all said and done. Life size losing their 40 shards. Rishi losing all 4 of their 40 shards. Y'all just have to understand the gambling ways, chat. To understand the gambling ways, you have to understand that the house. The house is very tough to beat, chats. Lena, oh no. Adding in an extra 300, testing her luck there. Were you coming for me, Lena? Were you coming for my top spot? Was that what was happening? Wait, if she got 300. Wait, she would have been at 1320. I'm at 64. She would have been 20 points below me. What is this? Insane. Should have gambled 400. Gamble all? Ooh, but Stream Elements timed out, but in favor to Time Twister's gamble. He has 80. Time Twister coming in last second and stealing a winning gamble all. Fortunately, though, for Lena, you didn't lose. So there is that. As we still wait, we're looking forward to getting POVs from either the side of the gas, oh, sorry, the airheads or the thirst traps. Come on, Shoney, get us that POV, Shoney. Get us that POV, Shoney. We all want to see it. Someone, Cardi, go talk to Shoney. Tell him to get his POV in there. We all want to see it. Cardi gambling his 400 shards, losing it all. What's the cooldown? Just Stream Elements sometimes has to reset itself to remember everyone's numbers and whatnot. So if multiple people are doing it like at the same time, it may catch some, may not catch others. You've been Shoney's keeper. How do I get more? I'll tell you what, Cardi. Can you guarantee me a win for landslide against Incendio, Cardi? Can you guarantee me a win of landslide against Incendio? Crosby, you'll be in the next event, and I might. Well, I already gifted you 100 core shards, so I did it before I guaranteed. I think after July 27th, I think that'll be the last y'all see of Flyerish on the pitch. So I can't guarantee anything about these events. July 27th, insane. Yeah. I think that's about a week from now. Actually, now that I think about it, that's my sister's birthday. I should probably get on top of that. But yes, dudes, being that July 26th and 27th, the main on the World Cup division, we will be seeing uh the Crazy Comms, Wingardians, Nox, and Rim Reapers go at it. With promotion and regulation holding two Tri-Wizard teams. If I'm correct, it would be Obscurus and Hellfire Hogs with Dumbledore's Army and Nimbus Nighthawks. That'll be a fun weekend. What is Twitter? It's the thing everyone's putting an X over now. It's just one of them websites. It's, MySpace 2.0, truly. Y'all remember MySpace chat? Chat. All right, go ahead. Some of us have already known what the pop rocks are. So some of us have already given each other up. So let's hear chat. What was that number one song on your MySpace accounts? Let's hear it. Flyrish is bad at retiring. You know, you're not wrong. And I'm very sad that you're not wrong. I've tried. I really tried. Chat, take a shot every time Fly tries to retire. I have tried, Claire. Blame Ilmage and Scourge that I'm back. I was full blown done. And then Scourge and Ilmage had this grand idea to run it back for season 2. So here I am, I guess. And then Yukio said yes to joining us. And Neo said yes to joining us. So it's kind of like, well, guess we do it again. All right, I've just been told we are going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back at after the 41 for Landslide and Incendio. And we are back, chat. Now that we are past the dreaded 41, I am back here with OTP. Welcome back in the booth, OTP.
Thank you, thank you. I'm super pumped to see these finals. Glad the dust has settled. Looks like the teams are full. They've got some great players. We've seen some awesome performance already today from all these teams. So I think the best four are remaining, and it's going to be a crazy semifinals here.
Absolutely. We have four incredible teams going at it at OTP. We have seen them battle it out all throughout. Each team has had times to shine. Each team has had a moment of needing to regroup, but it will all count here in the semifinals of the Earth Trial. We will be starting off with the Airheads and Team Thirst Trap. So just a reminder for chatting to OTP, Team Airheads will have Scourge on keeper. It looks like Shoni will be in playing for them. Dynamite, Cope, and Gloss going against Dingy on keeper, Chintasu, Malakosis, and Dark Shadow Fox on Chaser. As you look at these two rosters, OTP, what do you think stands out to you the most that may make a difference here in these semifinals?
I mean, the biggest thing is Shoni returning, of course. Right, we saw in his very limited action there what he could do. We all know him, right? Obviously, one of the best, if not the best, chaser in the game. Could be obviously hotly debated, but he's certainly up there. So he's just going to be a massive difference maker, of course. But yeah, it's going to be a really even matchup here, I think, for both teams.
Indeed. And we have seen Shintasu, though, time and time again, even down to anything, they have been on fire. It doesn't matter which teammates they have put them on. And of course, Dingy been putting in work on that keeper side of things. As we move in to the first round of the semifinals here in the World Cup Stadium, looks like Shintasu, Dark Shadow Fox already having a little bit of vibe. They dance around, get ready, shake it off for all that's to come. And we're here for the kickoff. The Quaffle is in the air. Chintasu goes up for the kick, kicks it on back to Malakosis, already back up to Chintasu, but kicked out immediately. Now Gloss with the Quaffle. He's got a few chasers already in hot pursuit of him. Looking for the steals. He goes behind the hoops a little bit, dodges outwards, maybe looking for a reverse, spins around. Looks like it got tapped around maybe on one of the hoops. Dingy able to kick it out. Back into the hands of Chintasu, where we continually see them putting the Quaffle at, but Scourge with a big stop there, OTP.
Yeah, Scourge, or both keepers here, Scourge and Denji, locking it down. Low score game with all this firepower. I'm sure we're going to see a lot from Shoni, Glass, Chintasu. Looks like another missed attempt there. Coming back up the field with Dark Shadow Fox.
Indeed, he now has possession of the Quaffle. He had a lot of red chasers in front of him, but Malakosis was able to take it right back from those chasers that took it from him. Scourge says, nope, we're going to end it right there. Passes out to Shoni, passes it out to Glass. Glass has Shintasu to beat. He does. He's going to have this 1v1 dance with Denji. Denji with the stop, though.
Wow, will we see any scores here? This is crazy. Big interception there by Dynamite Cop. He flips it up here. And Shoni is, I think he maybe hit the rim on that one. Or another big block by Denji.
Looks like he went for a little bit of a shovel pass technique. Dark Shadow couldn't quite get the lock on with Chin. That's okay. She still picks it on up. She's going to have her dance here with Scourge. Scourge, noticing that she had limited options down there below. He gets the grab. He passes it on out into the hands of Shoni. He's got multiple chasers to beat. One's taking a dive at him. He tries to get a pass. Looks like Dark Shadow would have gotten it as a steal anyways.
Yeah, and in he comes. Can he get the first score on the board? He flies past the hoops, kind of looking for that step row coming back in front. That gets kicked away. Coming up field here, Chintasu playing it back here. She dodges, and another big save. Wow.
Yeah, they keep trying to bait Scourge one direction and dodge into it. He has correctly guessed which way to go. Long pass on the side of Airheads that got intercepted, but looks like it got re-intercepted back by Dynamite Cope. He's got a pass option to the right. He takes it. Denji getting a huge stop on that bottom left goal for the one-timer. Hand it off to Dark Shadow Fox. He has a lot to get around. He hands it off to Malakosis. Malakosis for the top hoop. Scourge just there, ready for it. Passes off to Glass. Glass is one chaser to beat. Dodges out the way.
All right, come on. Here it is.
No, it is not
No,
yet.
it is not. Denji
Broad.
is proving he is one of those top echelon keepers now. He has really put in the work, and it's showing here.
You got to remember, OTP, that broadcaster curse. If you say it's going to happen, it will not. They love to prove us wrong. Malakos is spinning, turning. He had a chance at the top hoop. He was just right there. That's one of those unfortunate things, OTP, about Chaser, is that if you score it right directly in front of the hoop, it sometimes won't take it. It may say that you were in it. Dynamite Cope,
Dinah, there he
interestingly
is.
enough, being the first to score, hits the big cheese emote. 10-0 in favor of the Airheads. Interesting to see him get the first score on the head of the game, especially when you consider Shoni and Gloss on the time of Team Airheads.
Looks like that got kicked away. It was actually Dark Shadow Fox last time who had that missed really close-up chance there. Shoni coming back up the pitch. Can he tie it up here? He's drifting. He's looking for options, and that gets stolen, it looks like, and passed back up to Chin. Nope, picked off here. Shoni comes in for another attempt.
Yeah, Dynamite Co's been having so many interceptions, and Lisa Shoni getting a open shot there on the right, who just flew around Dingy, got past him, and now 20-0 on the side of Airheads. Shintasu and the rest of the gang on Team Thirst Trap's gonna have to find a way to get around Scourge, but right there got intercepted again. Glass with the possible score here. He dodges Dingy with the stop. Dingy has been playing lights out. There have been so many attempts on him, and only letting 2 in so far is not too bad, all things considered. Now it's just on the side of Team Thirst Traps to figure out how to get their attempts to work out. Glass going to have another attempt here against Dingy. 1v1 dance. He dodges Dingy with another stop. Oh my God, this is impressive, OTP.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it. He knows his teammates' tendencies very well, right? Glass really seems to favor that hoop, and Denji was all over it. But back comes Shoni with that shovel attempt again, and that's a little bit off there on the angle.
Indeed, Shintasu and the gang going upfield. Looks like there was a little bit of a decent steal there. Will they find their way past Scourge? She tries to flick it onto the left. 1 minute remains in this game. So it's very important that somehow Thirst Traps gets a stop here and then immediately goes down to score. Shoni, he'll be taking his attempt and into the far right hoop. He gets it in for that 30-0 lead. I'm not going to say that it's fully over yet, but it's near impossible. Shintasu and Thirst Traps are going to have to, right here, right now, find a way to score and then find a way to get the ball right back in twice in a row. But Scourge puts a stop on that, and that might be it. There may just not be enough time to score 3. Gloss looking to really seal the deal. He goes for a far one, misses it to the right. Dark Shadow picks it up. 10 seconds remains. Gloss with a steal there. Dingy stopping it, though. And that looks like that's going to be it. Dark Shadow just throwing it on out there. And Airheads with a 30-0 victory for the semifinals. We will see them next in the finals. What a game, OTP.
Wow, that was like a hockey game, man. 3 scores, that's it. We saw those keepers absolutely stand on their heads. What a performance by Scourge and Denji. But we did see Shoni making the difference. Him and Glass, that is a very formidable duo there on offense. What do you think went wrong for Chintasu and team there?
I think they just ran into the wall of Scourge. They had multiple attempts at it and just could not find a way to get through. I also, you just talking about the dynamic duo of Glass and Shoney, but also Dynamite Cope should not be fully omitted here. He had multiple interceptions, even opening up with that first score. He has been a
Sure.
disruptor on all of these games, maybe not shown in the scoreboard as much, but showing there and throughout that he is here to play. But ultimately, they had multiple opportunities to Scourge, getting those stops, showing that keeper main in him, really stood out. Denji had a performance of a lifetime. It should not be unnoted, even though he let 3 in. There were so many attempts, but just not showing as much as how much time and effort Scourge has put into the role.
100%.
Ultimately, comes out for the Airheads. But here we go, OTP. We're gonna have Landslide and Incendio come out to remind you and the chat. Incendio will have Count Tails, Teddy Ready, Saffron J, and Dake Blueby against Lena, Odarina, Cardi, and Singularity. What do you see so far happening here, OTP?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head with the last match, talking about that team composition, right? With Shoney, Glass, and Dynamite Cop as that, not to be overlooked key defensive piece. I see a lot of similarities here with Team Incendio, right? With Dake kind of like the Shoney, Teddy kind of like the Glass, and then Saffron as that defensive disruptor piece there. So really interesting to see how this 4v4 format, just the 3 chasers, no beaters, no seekers to worry about. It's just pure offense and defense. And I think, the true essence of the game with Quidditch on the chaser game, at least, is really coming through here. So 2 awesome chaser cores. Cardi obviously is going to be a massive addition to that other squad, right? We talked about, a few of the top chasers in the game. He is certainly one of them. And remind me, who was the rest of the other roster there?
For Landslide, they will have Lena on Keeper, Odarina, and Singularity on Chasers with them. And Singularity has been having quite the day, OTP. Many scores.
Yeah. She was someone, right? We talked about being just so impressive and surprisingly impressive in the Tri-Wizard division, right up there in goals with Odarina. So the 2 leading scorers of that division on the same team here. We all expected that from Oda. We know what she can do scoring and on steals. So to put those 2 in there to complement Cardi being one of the best chasers in the game alongside here Dake Blueby and Teddy Ready, and then Lena, the brick wall on keeper, right? The Hufflepuff MVP, with Count Tails as well. 2 great keepers, 2 great chaser cores. I think this is a must-watch Quidditch here.
It will be, and you hit it too. I mean, with the dynamic scoring ability that Cardi has, but also when you pair it with Odarina and Singularity in the days that they've had and the moves that they can pull off, they have quite an offensive comp here. Which, when you pair it with the defensive prowess of Lena on keeper, it is very tough to deal with. And we're gonna have an interesting dynamic here of Cardi and Count Tails both on the same team. I'm sure they've had plenty of 1v1s, know each other's game very well. On the side of Incendio, Dake Blueby and Teddy Ready, old teammates on the season 1 Phoenix squad. Saffron J obviously going to be back there as a great support to these 2 chasers. It will be, obviously Teddy has some offense, but the offense of Dake is one of the top chasers in this game. It will definitely be a good head-to-head between Dake and Cardi. See who will pull out the most moves here to earn their team a victory.
And that's a great point about the chemistry with the old Phoenix team. We saw that in the more recent Q6 Grand Finals there. Was awesome to see Phoenix Rising, right? One of the best Season 1 teams back on the pitch together again. And their chemistry just showed right away. So it's going to be really fun to see Dake and Teddy cook together here like old times.
Absolutely. As we go on in here, we are at Weasley's Burrow. We may have only the POV of Count Tails, as it seems like Teddy's is usually kind of in and out. But that's okay. We'll get a full field as he pulls out the play callers for Teddy Ready. holding the quaffle. He passes it on up to Dake Blueby. His first attempt against Lena does not go well. Otorino with the pickup. She passes it back to Lena. Lena will be looking for her open chaser across the field into the hands of Singularity. She's got one chaser in front of her, but a few chasers in between as she works it out. She looks like she'll go for the 1v1. Count Tails with the stop, though, kicks it on and back out to Teddy. He looks like he's got an open field, though, TP.
Yeah, up comes Teddy. As he typically does, he kind of floats his way up the pitch, right? We see some chasers like to go as fast as possible and get right up there. Some of the more veteran chasers like Teddy likes to really take his time, be very evasive, really throw off chasers with his changing of speeds there. Singularity flips it over to Oda, and that is a one-timer stop by Tails.
Indeed. Now Teddy Ready takes it on up the field. He's got a pass option for Dake Blueby. He's going to go up against Lena now. This is going to be a matchup we're going to see here in a week very soon with Rim Reapers and Nox. Possibly, depending on how the situations go. Dake Blueby getting the first points in for Incendio 10-0.
Very true. Yeah, a lot of kind of foreshadowing here for the upcoming L7 newts to come. Another massive stop by Count Tails there. These keepers are locked in. Here comes Teddy back up the pitch. Weaving as he does. He takes the ball up really high, flips it over for a 1T bounce shot. Looks like Dake, I'm assuming, was the culprit. Just puts that one wide.
Cardi with the ball as he goes upfield. He's got two chasers to beat. Singularity in front if he looks for that pass option. Though Count Tails maybe putting a stop to that. Ooh, Count Tails just getting in front of it there towards the end. Someone in chat asks about the POVs. We do have Teddy Ready's POV as well, but it is very one frame per minute style. So Count Tails is the clearest view that we have. Teddy Ready passing it on up. They're going for another bounce. One timer, which Dake Blueby gets in.
Dake is streaming on Twitch in chat, but then you don't get to hear Fly's lovely voice. So pros and cons of switching over to that one. Maybe we could try Teddy's stream one more time, see if it's corrected itself.
It has not. Can confirm. As Dake
Teddy
puts
is
in another
stuck
one.
in midair.
30-0 for Incendio here. Team Landslide going to have to figure out a way to get some points on the board. Dake picking up the loose quaffle. He flips it on out. Looks like there was a one-timer attempt. Did not go in. Lena passes it on out to Singularity. She'll start making her way upfield. Dodge and weaving. One chaser in front. She passes it to Oda. Oda has all the chasers on her. Going for that reverse. Count Tails ready for it and passes it out to Dake. Now in the hands of Teddy Ready. Possibly looking for a pass option. He looks like he has one on the right, but still goes for it. Passes
Another
it to Dake.
one
Times it in bounce-wise. Dake's just living off that bounce one-timer. 40-0.
It's almost like he should have been on the Earth Nation there, just abusing that ground with the quaffle. And it's working. Dake grabs it again.
Pounding the ball with it. That may be out of hate, OTP, that he keeps throwing it on. Now Teddy Ready getting his chance there. 50-0, Incendio.
We talked about the chemistry, right? Really playing a factor here. These two, so many hours together, practicing in matches, in open practice. They just know where each other are at all times.
They do definitely seem to have a good sync right there. And right now, if you're on the side of Landslide, not a whole lot of time remaining, but still a lot of talent. Got to figure out how to utilize it best. Teddy takes it downfield and puts it in once again. 60-0 for Incendio. And you got to be thinking with the time dwindling down, it might start coming out of reach now for it.
Yeah, I want to see them get the ball in Cardi's hands more. We've seen multiple attempts here by Singularity and Oda. Obviously, they've had fantastic days today. but I do want to see a few more chances here from Cardi. He had the one. He came in on his favorite left hoop there. But as you talk about him on the same team as Count-Tails, right, in open practice quite often, obviously they're very well aware of each other's tendencies. But yeah, 60 points, that might be a bit too much to overcome here. Incendio still just controlling possession there. And there's Cardi with a steal. Going to come in for a chance here, and let's see if he can get them on the board. Saffron playing that dynamite cop role that we talked about. Cooking there with the steals and the support. Complimenting Teddy and Dake, and Odorina says, hey, I can do that as well, with a big steal right at the hoops.
Teddy still takes it though. They are just, the pressure is just so heavy. Lino with the stop there. Picked up by Singularity. She'll start taking it downfield. Dake and Saffron on hot pursuit of her, and able to get it taken away is Dake. And just not a whole lot of attempts on Count-Tails. I gotta say, Lena has just been, even though she has 60 points against her, she has had possibly close to 20 shots at this point now to block.
Yeah, really.
They've just got to find a way. And like you said, maybe Cardi should have been pushed up a little more. 10 seconds remain. We'll see if they can, but they won't get any points on the board here to end this off. And that will be the final. Incendio winning it 60-0. And they will go for the faded matchup against the Air Nation, the Airheads, for the finals in a best of 3. Congratulations to Incendio.
Yeah, what a match. What a performance. The chemistry of Dake and Teddy there, and the complement of Saffron, the way those three chasers worked together there, super impressive stuff. Obviously, Count-Tails locking it down with the big shutout there. I see Cardi in chat saying that CT cooks him. I still think Cardi should have went up and had more chances there. We saw Singularity and Odorina up there a lot. They had fantastic matches today, a really great tournament by them, but unfortunately weren't able to sneak one past Tails there. Very commanding win by Incendio. Shout out Fire Nation. I think they're going to be a tough team to beat.
Absolutely. And you talked about it a little bit. We kind of both touched on it, with the scoring prowess of Cardi. It's tough when you have someone like that that's just, you have a rough time getting them to rotate forward, and not a whole lot of attempts on the way of Count-Tails. Obviously, that's not to denounce Odorina or Singularity. They have both had incredible days so far, but when you have that power, that scoring power Cardi has, it's tough to keep him in the back the whole time, especially knowing how defensively well Odorina can play. But we have the results
For
that we
sure.
have: 60-0 for Incendio, as we get ready for the finals, which will be Count-Tails, Saffron J, Teddy Ready, and Dake Blueby versus Scourge, Shoney, Dynamite, and Glass. As we look at these two rosters, possibly a bit more offensive prowess on the side of the Airheads, having Shoney, having Glass. Now, that's obviously to say that Dake and Teddy have that chemistry. Glass is very aware of how Dake and Teddy can play. But the one standout I think here is going to be between Dynamite and Saffron J, because Saffron J has been getting good steals over and over again and getting that ball upfield. At the same time, Dynamite, either by steal or by just interception, he has been intercepting passes all over the place today. I think that's going to be a huge dynamic to see, honestly, between these two teams. Will be Dynamite and Saffron. I'm excited.
100%. Yeah, I think, like I said, just seeing this format, it's really cool just to focus in just on the chaser play. I think it brings out the importance of that defensive chaser role, like a Saffron or Dynamite Cop. Just so important in what they can bring to the table. Obviously, the top two scorers there on both teams, they're very capable of tackling and playing defense, but it's having that proper rotation work together, understanding, when there's two chasers ahead of you, you're the one to stay back at all times. Are you going to have an even rotation? Are you going to have dedicated players like Saffron or Dynamite to stay back more of the times? Right? It's very important to have that communication down as a team, as we saw in the last match, right? Where Cardi's firepower was, possibly held back a little bit there, having to rotate and stay back a lot of the game. So that's what I'm really excited to see about this match, is the chemistry we've seen from both of these chaser cores. And then the other X factor obviously being Scourge. I think I could probably count on both my hands right now the amount of goals he's let in all day today. Absolute brick wall back there, and Count-Tails really seems to be catching fire here heading into the finals, no pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, Scourge just had a goose egg, or forced a goose egg against the Thirst Trappers, where Chintasu has just all day had her way against every keeper, probably being the highest scoring chaser so far of the day. But like you said, Count-Tails even just forcing a goose egg there for the landslide. So two keepers that are very on point, but they both have a lot to handle. Scourge with Teddy and Dake, Count-Tails with Shoni and Glass. I mean, it's really hard to determine how this is just going to go. I mean, this could go all the way to the third match. It would be hard to see someone just take a full-blown 2-0 here. I know that the crowd is excited. It is Team Air Nation versus Team Fire Nation. They have been back and forth in the chats all these past 2 days, and it all comes down to this. As the custom matches are starting to be created, the teams are getting ready. And notably, to mention right now, and talking of those dynamics, the Airheads will not have Shoni and they will have Franck.
Interesting. I wonder if Shoni had to leave somewhere, or if this is just a case of rotating in a sub, maybe throwing off the other team, giving a fresh perspective here, and we'll see Shoni rotate back in for game 2. Remains to be seen. But that is a massive change here for the dynamic of this game. Glass, not to say Franck and Dynamite Cop can't score. We've seen Dynamite put a few in today already. But Glass is really going to have to carry the weight and be that guy to lead the Chaser core past Count-Tails here.
Absolutely. Now, this team, there was a variant of a team without Dake. This team did beat Incendio to start off the day. So it is not impossible. And still, when you have the likes of Scourge, Dynamite, and Gloss there, it is still just a tough matchup to go against. And we don't know what is the case with Shoni. It could be that rotation, considering that Franck has been a major part of their run and been a part of their wins. Maybe they wanted to get Franck a game in here. Not fully sure what the circumstances may be, but it will be interesting to see how it all plays out as they go along, as we wait for Team Incendio to start getting their custom code in to get this game started. Scourge going in for a gamble all before. He loses it here.
A lot of us just did. I think we all just became very broke, and Time Twister became very rich.
Gloss getting some points there. Time Twister, I'll have to see where Time Twisters came in. But yes, everyone else going for it. Oh, there it is. Time Twister Gamble Doll getting 40 points.
Angel's the rich one. Wow. Share some for the rest of Fire Nation, Angel, please. And you, Flyrish, you are the richest man here.
I have, and I've given away 400 shards to my fellow friends in this chat.
That's like Beesman level, how much you're giving out the donations there.
I have provided. I have tried my best to provide the generosity that I can. Am I friend? All hail Papa Fly. Are you friend Rishi? How many shards do you have, Rishi?
Yeah, and maybe lend a hand to your friend over here in the broadcast booth who just lost all of his shards.
I know, but it's all these Fire Nation people asking me for it. All these fire people. Harry getting a
Hey,
win there with 80 points. Let's see here. I have 420 or 1,420 shards. Let's see here.
420, and
How much are
very
we
fitting
friends,
here.
Lassir? How much are we friends?
Fire Nation, let's go. All right, the old Weasley, where it all began here.
And Rishi already lost it all. How dare you? Will Stream Elements read by
Leisure, tough go there. And we are underway. Let's go. Airheads versus Incendio. This is going to be an awesome matchup. Very balanced teams. And we see Dake Blueby taking it right down the pitch, looking for a 1T for Teddy. That gets picked up by Scourge.
Indeed, here at the POV of Gloss. Bronk right now with the Quaffle in hands. Dynamite Cope with the Quaffle in hand now. He's shovel passes it to the right to no one.
There's Dyna with the steal again.
Indeed, and a far one-timer from Gloss gets it through. Count tails. It is 10-0 in favor of the Airheads in game one of the Trial of Earth finals. Count tails passes it on out to Saffron J. Teddy ready. He's ducking, dodging, weaving. They're looking at that one-timer opportunity. They didn't get the tackle on Dake, but Teddy still took it in on his own. Scourge with a big stop there. But Teddy ready picks it right up off Scourge's pass out.
Exception. Can he close it out here? I think that was a rim.
It was
Very
a
close.
rim. He did hit it, but just Scourge put him off just enough. The pass up to Dynamite Coke. Count Tails is coming out for it. Dynamite didn't quite get around. May have had an opportunity there.
He had him beat on that move, and Count-Tails just got back in time. Super impressive save. Teddy gets it again. Flipping it up to Dake.
Bronk with the steal, though. Now he's going to have an open field to go across. Saffron J out there doing his best. Put him off. Glass has gotten open in the front. The ball does go to him. Oh, he dodged upwards, tried to go back down, but Count Tails just get it. Gloss with the kick, though.
These keepers are absolutely dialed in. Who is going to get past them here? Dake and Teddy, Saffron, they really need to get on the board here. We could be in line for another really low-scoring game here, the way these keepers are playing.
Absolutely. I think you could bet on it. We'll definitely see low scoring, but we'll see some good scores nonetheless with how dynamic these offenses still are. Frog takes it downfield, passes it to his left. Dynamite Cope looking for his option, and he finds it in the bottom right hoop. Dynamite Cope puts it in. It is now 20-0 in favor of the Airheads. The unsung hero of this team, Dynamite Cope. He has done it all.
What an impressive performance by him today.
Indeed. Scourge looking like he almost lost a little bit of positioning there. Was just able to find it again against Dake.
Glass actually came in and saved the goal there. But Dake gets it back to Teddy, and that is saved again. Glass is being a menace on both ends of the pitch here.
Absolutely. All chasers going upfield. Gloss looking to be the possibility, but punched out of it. Dake able to get that stop, even though Count Tails came all the way out to get Gloss. And now will Dake be able to dodge his way? Glass having a good steal attempt there, but Dynamite Cope from behind takes it. And now Saffron takes it right on back and says it's the defensive chasers are going at it. Saffron looking for his pass option. Dake Glass could not get there in time. Teddy ready with the quaffle. Passes it to Dake Scourge, able to get the big stop.
Massive save there. Yeah, this is crazy tackling action back and forth here.
Teddy right now looking like he's trying to disrupt Glass a little bit. Dake with the quaffle. He's going to have his dance here with Scourge. He's dodging all around. Scourge able to get the stop. Dake had some good movement at the end, yet ended it with a dodge, which is something Scourge is really strong against. Dynamite Cope already having a score on the board. Will have his 1v1 with Count Tails. He almost found it to the top hoop, but Count Tails just able to stop it. Teddy ready with the quaffle as he looks to pass it on upfield. Finds his option in Dake. Dake once again against Scourge. And it goes in the bottom left hoop.
What a score. But again, these keepers, this is high level keeper play here. Again, with how high powered these offenses are, it's insane. Like, it just seems near impossible to get past both of these keepers here. Only 3 scores total. A few of those coming from Dynamite Cop. He's got the ball again up the pitch, and Count Tails with another big save.
Glass going for a steal there. Doesn't quite connect. Both chasers on Airheads push themselves back. Glass, ooh, with the desync tackle. We love to see those. Dake looking like he's going to try again against it, but sends it to Teddy. Teddy puts it on in, and it's now a 2020 game as the time starts to expire.
As you said, desync tackle, aka Ghost Quaffle there. Worked out massively for Incendio. Another big tackle by Saffron. He is all over the pitch here, and he's bringing it up, showing that he can do it on the offensive side as well. He's weaving in. He flips it up for that one-timer by Dake. Big stop again by Scourge.
Team Incendio looking like they're going for a lot more one-timers now, seeing that those dodge shots were not working. Team Airheads is going to have to start paying attention to that and not allowing them to take those free one-timers. As we have now Teddy already with the possibility. Saved by Glass after a desync by Scourge. Scourge had 2 flashes. Team Incendio definitely getting some benefits off the desyncs here. But Glass able to just stop it last second. Now he goes up and faces against Count Tails. Had a moment there. Count Tails just getting the auto grab at the very bottom of it. And Teddy ready now with the quaffle, but stolen by Dynamite Cope. Will he have another opportunity? He does not. Dake Blueby with a stop. Passes it on up to Teddy. Glass with the steal attempt. Doesn't quite get it. Dynamite Cope again. Just being that disruptor. Glass staying to the left. Franck takes it on in. Franck looking for his options. Doesn't quite find it. The ball kicked out. Hero kick protected right now. Glass able to find a way to get it. Passes out to Dynamites. Count with a big stop, though. Wow. We're here tied 20-20. It is just going back and forth.
Locking
Glass
it
with
down.
another big steal. At some point, Team Airheads here are going to have to find a way to get it past Count with all these
He flips
attempts.
it back to Dyna. Count Tails comes out and intercepts that. Flipped it up to Saffron. Fly or Drew, can we get a time check here on the game? Can't really see with the overlay. 50
we are
seconds
50 seconds into overtime.
Yes. This is just crazy action, back and forth. Another huge steal by Incendio. This time it's Dake.
Ooh, and this is looking
1v1
pretty for
here.
Dake. 1v1 with Scourge. And
Flips
Dake
up,
finds his way
dives
into
over
the
to the
bottom left.
What a goal. What a win by Incendio. What a match of Quidditch, Flyrish.
Absolutely. Game 1 going to Team Incendio after a 20-0 lead from Team Airheads. Team Airheads is going to have to figure out how to stop giving up these leads. They've lost a 30-0 lead and now a 20-0 lead at this point. They're starting off high. They're going to have to figure out how to close it out. They have plenty of attempts there at the end on count tails. It just did not ever get it put in. So game one going to Incendio, but as we kind of mentioned, OTP, we figured this would be a bit of a low scoring Smash Mouth Chaser gameplay with these two keepers.
100%. Like just absolute brick walls, both of them. Scourge locking down all of those dodge attempts. We did see a really nice change up in scoring strategy there by Incendio, starting to leverage the one-timer shots a little bit more. But we did see Dake manage to, actually do close off with a dodge goal right at the end, which was cool to see. But yeah, Scourge just looked near impossible to get past, and same could be said by Countails, who obviously played really well for Incendio. I'm excited to see what can happen here. We asked maybe is Shoney going to be able to mix back in one of these games? That would play a big factor. But I definitely suspect another low-scoring game here.
Indeed, I do not see Shoney falling back in. It looks like it will be the same three Chaser lineups. Is it a best of three? It is a best of three. So, and Team Incendio is in need of one win, with Team Airheads needing to grab the next two.
Yeah, that match really did have it all, though. Like between, obviously, we talked about the strong keeper play, but the tackling display there, that was just top notch.
That is, we did see it go back and forth between Dynamite and Saffron, something we mentioned in the pregame, and something I'm sure will continue between these two chasers.
Yeah, and even, Dake on Incendio, Glass on the Airheads coming back. All chasers really just played phenomenally in terms of positioning, support, tackling. This really is best on best. We got some pretty balanced teams here, and I think we're in for another classic.
Indeed, as we go in here, game two, the scoreboard says 2020, but it is 0-0 right now. As we approach the kickoff, and here we are. The kickoff going in favor of Team Airhead. Gloss with the ball, passes up to Dynamite, but stolen immediately. Pass on up to Dake. They will have one-timer options. He goes for the bounce, and he gets it.
What a nasty way to start.
Incendio starting off with the early 10 points. Dynamite passes it up to Glass, but gets stolen immediately. Probably by the hands of Saffron J. Nope, sorry, Teddy Ready. As they'll have these pass options going in, but stolen there by Franck. Passes it up to Dynamite Cope. Franck with the possession up against Count Tails. Gets one-timered out. Ball is loose. Saffron able to pick it up. Gloss going for an attempt there. Doesn't quite get it. Dynamite goes for attempt. Doesn't get it. Scourge will have a fun one here with multiple chasers involved to help him out.
Big save again.
Indeed. He passes it on out into the hands of Gloss. He's got multiple chasers on him. He's got to keep away from. He goes for the reverse, it seems like, but Count Tails just presses him, doesn't allow him any angle. And Dake going to have his 1v1 with Scourge again.
Off the rim
and
this
does
time.
not quite go in.
Back
Gloss
and
with
forth
Saffron to
action here.
beats. Indeed, Saffron coming to his right. Dake able to recognize it. He goes for a shovel shot, I suppose. Didn't quite go in his favor. Gloss almost kicked it back in. And he's going to go for it again. Buffalo is loose, will be picked up by Saffron. Dynamite with a big steal once again.
Again, I think that was on Teddy. Teddy and Franck, we don't see their names popping up here. Franck flipping it over to Glass, and that gets kicked away by Count-Tails. Back in, I believe, Teddy's hands. He's dodging Glass there. He's looking for Saffron on the left, Dake on the right. He's going to flip it to Dake. No, he's not. Again, Glass just all over the pitch here. But Teddy gets it back. He comes in, dodges, and that is grabbed by Franck. Again,
Indeed, but
the tackling
re-grabs
display
right
and
back.
Dake with another one. This is just
And Glass
incredible to
back.
watch.
They
that was
are
a
not giving
save.
any way. Saffron goes for his dive there, missed it, but Teddy able to get his. And Glass gets it right
Oh
back.
my god.
This is just a defensive performance by these chasers right now. And the one-timer by Franck puts it
What a
in,
goal. It's
which
just a
now
matter of
makes
whoever
it
can
10-10.
get up the pitch wins, it seems like. This is insane.
Definitely a lot of fun chaser gameplay. This is the gameplay we don't get to see as much with all these seeker metas, hero farming, and bludgers thrown out. But it is a pleasure to see it right here, right now. The ball was punched out so that Teddy could not pick it up. Gloss with the pickup. Two chasers around him. He's dodging around, but Dake able to get that steal.
Yeah, to your point with that hero farming meta, like I think we're all in agreement to ban it, right? After watching this. Like this is again the essence of Quidditch as pure as it can get from a chaser perspective. And it's just awesome to see with Dake Blueby putting in another one. 20-10 for Incendio.
And we have to imagine time is starting to expire. Gloss looking to get that pass, but it gets pushed out. Looks like Dynamite Cope will still get the pickup. He looks like he's going to go back the Scourge into the hands of Gloss. Gloss having a pretty good spacing here. Ooh, I believe if he would have committed
Saffron,
with that
again.
dodge.
What a timely steal. That was clutch. Hey, Drew, can we get a time check here? 2 minutes left
remain.
in the match.
I believe if Gloss committed to that last score, though, it looked like he was going to get around Count-Tails, but it looks like he was mentally really in for that reverse shot. Now Gloss ducking, dodging, weaving his way to get back, throws it for the pass, but it gets one-timer by Saffron into the hands of Count-Tails.
Yeah, by Dynamite Cop there, trying to get his team back on the board. Huge steal by Franck. Can he be the guy to tie it up here as he dips down? He dodges up. What a move by Franck. Wow. And he is not someone we talked about as a big scoring threat here. Obviously, we saw what he can do in the Trial of Air yesterday. One of the definitely the better seekers in this game, and showing that he is a flex player as well here.
Absolutely. Dake responding right away, making it 30-20 with 1 minute remaining in this game. Airhead's going to have to find a way to get one in here very quickly in order to continually have a chance to stay in this. Ooh, the far away one-timer doesn't quite pay off. Saffron holding the ball now.
Saffron got the kick out there, and he gets the ball up the pitch, up to Dake. This would be massive insurance here with about probably around a minute to go here. Dake flips up, looking for that rear cam. No go this time. So Airheads will have a chance to tie it. Drew, do we have a time check here?
Passes on up to Dynamite. Count-Tails came all the way out. There's only 10 seconds remaining. And it looks like that will be it. After that kick out, there won't be enough time. Team Incendio taking the win, 30-20. Congratulations to the Fire Nation and Team Incendio for their Trial of Earth win.
Let's go. Fire Nation, just what an incredible performance. What an incredible performance by both teams. Flyrish, would you agree that was probably some of the more even and most fun to watch Chaser play in a very long time?
It was definitely fun to watch. Finally, some good Chaser play. We have not had that since the release of this Quidditch. because we have the 3v3 at the beginning, and then the moment it switches to 6v6, it was all everyone pound the seeker. So probably the first time ever in L7 history or Quidditch Champions history, we get to see good old chaser play like it was in the playtest days. That is a lot more similar to what it was in the playtest days. So good to finally see that go in, and
Yeah, it's similar
close
to
matches both times.
similar to what it is, right? Like that is Quidditch, as we know the sport. I've obviously made my stance well known against the hero farming meta. I know a lot of people feel the same way. So yeah, it would be great to see more action like that, because that was fun. Like the tackles back and forth, the dodging goals, the 1T goals, the defense, the positioning and rotation by these chasers. Like that was just top notch there.
Absolutely. Well, a reminder from the broadcasting side of things, the points will be tallied over the next few days, as there are still multiple things that they will have to take into account: player participation and the water trials, which cuts off at 5 p.m. EST today, chat. So make sure, if you have those clips that you want to post to get some extra points for your nation, you have until 5 p.m. EST to take place. But thank you so much from us. The Newts will be next weekend on the 26th and the 27th. That'll be a whole lot of fun. I will actually get to play in those. Maybe, actually, I'm not sure. Actually, looking at the roster lineup, I probably won't get to play a whole lot in Newts, if at all. But if I get a chance in there, maybe one of my chasers is sick. Maybe you'll see me in there in Newts. But
Yeah,
that'll
good
take
luck,
place next
Flyrich.
weekend.
It's going to be a blast, man. I can't wait to see how this awesome season wraps up here. Definitely was a blast. Cool to have a nice lighthearted event like this before the finals. Obviously not, without some minor hiccups. So thanks everyone for their patience. Thanks L7 staff, Riley, Drew, everyone else involved with QCMania. A lot of, hard work and effort all around here. And obviously thanks for everyone for participating in the events, down in the comments section, streaming, um, and obviously subscribing and gifting and all that good stuff. That is definitely what the event's all about.
Indeed, indeed. Again, shout out to L7, Drew, aka Time Twister, for his jokes and for his production behind the scenes, Riley for all the point totaling and everything that she can do for this event. W's in the chat for the broadcasting team. They've been doing a whole lot of work. It's been fun from me. Thank you, OTP, for joining in for a good number of this event with me. Thank you, chat, for having me, and L7 for having me broadcast all the way through. It's been 2 fun days. And congrats to all the players and contestants. That will be it from me, though. So y'all have a good rest of y'all's day. Remember, water trial continues until 5 p.m. EST today. And we'll see you soon.